We welcome you this August 2nd, 2022. This is a gathering of the Jordan School District Board of Education, a Truth in Taxation hearing. We welcome you. We are grateful to have you here. My name is Bryce Dunford. I am the first vice president of the board. Our president tonight, Tracy Miller, is joining us electronically. She has COVID and she is at home. She tested positive again today, and so she's chosen to isolate and stay home. To my far right is Nikki George, who represents West Jordan. Next to her is Jen Atwood, who represents East West Jordan. On my immediate right is Marilyn Richards, who represents kind of middle of West Jordan, middle of South Jordan. My name is Bryce Dunford. I represent West South Jordan and a little bit of West Harriman. This is Mr. Matt Young. He represents Riverton and Bluffdale and a little of Harriman. And to my far left is Darrell Robinson, who represents most of a great deal of the rest of Harriman. And Riverton. We are grateful to be here tonight. This is not necessarily the most pleasant of circumstances in which we meet. We have been meeting for many, many hours to deal with the complexities and the challenges and the needs of children in this district. We are your elected officials, chosen by you to represent you. We hope that you feel that this is not an adversarial relationship, that we are not the enemies. We are the ones chosen by you to speak for you. Now, there's a lot of people in Jordan School District boundaries, and that makes it a formidable task. And so we have hearings like we are tonight to hear from you. What we'd like to do to begin is present our case to you as to why this board has proposed to increase taxes. We do not do that lightly. We know exactly what that means to you. We also know what it means to children and their future. We take at least three things, very seriously. Number one, we take seriously the stewardship we have for the funds we receive from you, from taxpayers. We are very, very aware of where those funds come from. And we want to stand accountable to how those funds are used. Secondly, we believe it is our sacred commission by you to prepare the best education we possibly can for the children of this district, for their future, for their needs. And hence, we are here tonight for our third priority, and that is to hear from you. We would like to present our case as to why we are proposing a tax increase at this time. We will begin with a few slides. Each one of us will take a minute to present, and then we will move on to public comment. We're going to begin in the absence of our president, who was going to go first. I've asked Mr. Young to step in and begin this slide presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Dunford. We want to go ahead and go to the next slide. We recognize that what we are asking tonight is a significant ask of the patrons and the citizens of the Jordan School District. We do not take this lightly. We recognize that for anybody and where their home is valued, this is a significant dollar amount to be asking for. As Mr. Dunford spoke, we have spent hours and hours, months and months reviewing the current circumstances and situation of our school district, trying to figure out what is the best way to deliver the best possible education to our students while continuing to be wise stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. We recognize that this is a significant ask and that we, as the 7 elected board members, are accountable to you, the taxpayers. Jordan School District is in an interesting positioned within this valley.
Next slide.
What?
Next slide.
Next slide, sorry. Our commercial tax base is not what the other school districts in this valley and yet we continue to have a low tax rate. Now, we don't present this to minimize in any way the whole dollar impact that this increase and that all taxes have on your personal financial situation. What we are merely presenting here is that we, as a school board, are very cognizant of what it is we are asking from you, the taxpayer, and that we strive to keep our tax rates and our taxes as low as they possibly can be while continuing to provide the best possible education for the children of this school district. And so we'll proceed in the presentation. Ms. Atwood will talk about the current challenges in our education system today and lead us into why we need to be doing what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Young. As much as it has been difficult for us, the pandemic instruction has changed the dynamics of today's classrooms. It has. And that is, it's an understatement to say it's a misfortune, but we have all been going through the pandemic together, and it is affecting the students in the classrooms. Many of our students have fallen behind standard benchmarks due to this. The health and wellness of students is at a critical breaking point. We've recognized this more this year than we ever have. The demands for personalized learning is growing. Teachers are being asked to fill more and more functions beyond the traditional instruction that has been had in the past. It is becoming more and more challenging to retain and recruit teachers, as well as many other functions. Hiring and keeping education support professionals like bus drivers, custodians, nutritional workers, and aides is just plain difficult. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Robinson, and he's going to share with you how we address these issues.
It's difficult today to get people that want to be teachers anymore. Sorry. It's difficult today for people to want to be teachers. When I joined the board 6 years ago, the starting wage for... How's that? I've never been accused of having a soft voice. It's difficult today to find teachers that want to teach in the classroom. When I joined the board 6 years ago, the beginning salary was $34,000. As a board, we have decided to work hard at raising teachers' salaries and benefits, and our other employees also. We want to be competitive. Utah is the lowest in spending in education in the nation, and our district is among the lowest in the state. But to have these competitive salaries and benefits, we as a board took the initiative to start to push these up so that we can have good teachers in the classroom. It also is important that we have good support professionals in their classrooms in our schools. As you know, the unemployment rate is 1.9%. 3% as an economist, as I understand, 3% is a no unemployment. And so we're below zero unemployment. It's hard for us to hire the people that we need to support the classrooms. I saw a post from a student of mine today that said that she's the only licensed teacher in her department, and we are attracting great people to come through the alternate route system, but we need to make teaching attractive again. We are providing more choices in education than we ever have before. The Virtual Academy is a good example of this. We have great programs in our schools, dual language immersion and other things, which allows you to personalize the education for your child so that you're getting the very best education possible. And we just want to have a really good environment and a learning atmosphere. And Jordan does a good job at this. Recently, Forbes magazine ranked Jordan among the highest and best employers to work for in the state of Utah. And clearly, we're trying to provide that for us.
Next slide, please. As Mr. Robinson expressed, the key element to our addressing the issues that we're facing is to ensure that we have competitive salaries and benefits for our teachers and educational support professionals. As was mentioned, and this graph indicates, in 2016, the starting salary for a Jordan School District teacher was $34,339. We have, over the last number of years, sought to utilize the resources available to us to increase that to a starting salary of $53,080, which will be an overall increase of 55%. While not all teachers have experienced this exact same 55% increase, all teachers have experienced similar types of increases of whole dollars over the last 6 years. This has been an absolute necessity to keep our teachers in the classroom in the Jordan School District. We are in competition with not only every other school district along the Wasatch Front, but with the private sector, where many of these talented teachers have multiple opportunities to seek employment in other areas. And so we have sought to keep our salaries and our other benefits at a competitive nature. I think it's important to note, and we realized early on, that Jordan School District will never be the highest paying district for teachers or administrators. We cannot, given our tax structure, we cannot compete with the other school districts in this valley. We're not trying to beat those other districts. We're trying to stay within a competitive area and create the best possible environment that this becomes the school district of choice for teachers that know they're supported. And Mr. Dunford will continue to speak on this area.
So need number one is we need to provide competitive salaries for teachers, or else we lose our best teachers. We don't want subpar teachers teaching our children. Therefore, we need to be honest with ourselves and say, if we don't make those salaries competitive, the type of people who then could afford to take those lower paying jobs may not be the teachers we want teaching our children. The second need we have is that education has changed. Can any of you in this room imagine being a student today with all that the world is throwing at them, with social media, with everything that they face? We can't continue to use yesterday's tools for today's students. We have to retool. We have to provide today's students with the support and the tools that they need to meet the challenges they face. And what we're finding is that parents need help and teachers need help. So part of this need is to provide additional resources for both students, parents, and teachers. Our poor teachers are carrying a massive load, and they are being asked to do things that interrupt with the teaching of their students. We would like to support those teachers in providing for those other resources. We would like to hire assistant principals in our elementary schools, which we don't have. We need more counselors and psychologists to help people deal with emotional and social challenges. We need more hall monitors to watch what goes on in our halls. We need some money so that crowded classes can be alleviated and students don't end up in large classes. Those are the supports that we need. That's need number two. Need number 3 is we need to provide more choices for students. We cannot provide a one-size-fits-all education. Students have different learning needs. Therefore, we need to provide more options. And that's our next slide. Ms. George?
Jordan has been innovative in striving to meet those needs in ways outside of personnel as well. And that's where some of the programming comes in that I'm sure you're familiar with. We have had our first class of graduates from the Jordan Virtual Academy. We've got an elementary, a middle school, and a high school where students have the ability to attend virtually if that's what works for them, as well as our secondary students being able to do a hybrid approach to learning. We've got special academy schools like the Majestic Arts Academy. I hope that many of our high school students are taking advantage of the Jordan Academy of Technology and Careers. In addition to these things, we're offering dual language immersion programs. Right now we have 10 elementary schools that offer programs in French, Chinese, Spanish, and Portuguese. We have ALPS opportunities for students who are accelerated learners. We have an IB program offered at West Jordan High School to help students to be prepared for college readiness and to enter at the highest levels. And in every school, we have focused Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for students at all levels. And these things are essential in order to meet those varied needs of learners that we've talked about tonight.
And this is how we're going to do it. This is our proposal. This is what this tax increase is going to purchase. Ms. Richards?
You've heard about the challenges we've talked about. And the bottom line is, how does the proposed tax increase help in these areas? And I'm just going to outline those for you now. We'd like to continue teacher pay to retain quality teachers. That's a priority. Also, we'd like to retain our programs, our special programs in the district. We are proposing in the elementary schools that we have a counselor at every elementary school, that we have a full-time assistant principal or intern at every elementary school, and also additional office hours to help in that effort. In the middle schools, we would like to move social workers from part-time to full-time. We are seeing that need. 3 administrative interns, full-time hall monitors, 1 per school, per middle school, and 6 additional counselors. In the high schools, we would like to move part-time office staff to full-time and 6 full-time administrative interns. Excuse me. And in all schools, we would like to see additional teacher positions to help with class size. We'd like to keep that as low as possible. That's an important aspect in our schools. And we'd also like school psychologists to have a pay increase so that we keep them. They tend to leave because of the pay. Those are the challenges that we are seeing, and this is how we propose to use that tax increase.
That's a $30 million price tag. But we have 3 critical needs. Keep our teacher pay and our support staff pay competitive so that we attract and retain high-quality teachers. Provide the support that maybe hasn't been needed in the past, but is desperately needed today. Counselors, psychologists, hall monitors. Safety, mental health has become a critical issue in our schools. And then to continue to provide choice. Online schools for those who learn better that way. All of these come at a $30 million price tag. Now, that is our proposal to you. Those are the needs, and this is what this tax increase is purchasing. Now, we'd like to hear from you. But if I could make a request, you are more than welcome to say whatever you'd like to say. Everyone who wants to speak has 3 minutes. But what would be most beneficial to us is if you came up here and said, don't raise taxes, and here's my alternative plan to meet the needs. If you want to say, don't raise taxes and don't meet the needs, you can say that. But what would be most beneficial to this board is to say, I've heard your plan and I've got a better one. Tell us what we're not considering. Tell us what we missed. I can stand as a witness that there is not $30 million hiding somewhere in our budget. We have combed that budget. I personally can stand as a testament that for 5.5 years I have combed every square inch of that budget to see where there is any more give. Where could we tighten the bench? There is not $30 million hiding in our budget. So we can either not meet the needs, or if you have a better proposal, if you have an alternative, that's what we'd really like to hear. At the end of this night, we will vote on whether or not to move forward with the proposed tax increase. So now it's your turn. I would very much ask that you stay within the 3 minutes. It has always been our tradition to allow patrons 3 minutes to speak. There is a handout coming that has all of this information that was on the slide so that you can refer to that. We're going to use 2 microphones. There's a microphone right here, and there's a microphone right here, and then there's a seat nearby that you could sit while you wait. We'll give you 3 minutes. We would ask everyone to refrain from clapping or booing. Every second we spend clapping or booing is time someone couldn't spend speaking. We'd like to hear from everyone who wants to speak. If you would please stick to the 3 minutes. That is not an act of unkindness. That is our desire to hear from as many as we can possibly hear from. So I'm going to have one person speak here, and then as soon as they are done, the other person, would you please be ready to speak and then just go right into, well, let me introduce that person and then say who's coming on deck, and then if you'll just jump right into it and take your 3 minutes. So we're going to start with John Lee here on my right. At 8:30, we will take a break because board members are human beings and we'll need to go to the bathroom and probably stretch our legs. So John Lee and Ted Neff, you're going to be on deck over here. So if you'll be ready to go as soon as he's done, I'll introduce you. John, take it away.
If by chance you don't understand what I'm saying, tell me and I'll rephrase it.
Little louder would be helpful. Yeah, step right next to that mic so you're about 3 inches away.
If by chance you don't understand what I'm saying, tell me and I'll rephrase it. I hear your needs, but there's people that cannot pay the new taxes. I talked to some of my neighbors. 2 of them told me this. Their bill went up $5,000. They're in their 80s, retired. Another one $7,000. And they said, John, we can't do it. Then I noticed in the last 2 years of growth that we've had, all the new people and all the new tax revenue that has come in, I don't understand why you're asking for all of this. I'm calling on the people of Utah to get a petition going to bring California Proposition 13 to this state. That's what they had to do. Amen. Keep it up. I went through this in Kansas City with my late wife. I understand your need, but you're trying to get blood out of a turnip and it's not there. We watch people by the droves lose their homes because they couldn't pay the taxes. And I don't want to see that here. I love this state. I love this people. Here's a shocker. Some of my neighbors said, oh, well, high taxes are coming, get ready for it. My answer to them, you're out on the front lines, the enemy's coming, you gonna put your tail between your legs and run? This boy won't run. I do not accept the new tax raise that you want. I got to look in here at the budget if there's no change. I don't have a problem with that. I can do it. I'm retired. I'm on limited income. I cannot do this new one. And I'm going to ask you all one question to think about, because you're going to be faced with it. You vote for this thing, somebody or somebody's going to come up to each one of you and say, I had to give up my home. Why did you vote for that? I want you to think about that question.
Thank you, John. Ted? And then Trenton, by the way, if you'll be prepared to speak here next.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity, board members. I appreciate your service and your willingness to be here to hear. As I mentioned, or you mentioned, my name is Ted Neff. I'm served in many government agencies. I worked with Salt Lake County at LDS Hospital and their critical care units, in Jordan and Canyon School District. In working with these government and public entities, I've been involved in the budget process just as you have been. And each time I've done with this, I've tried to be as frugal and as realistic as I can. Now, you have presented a good case, and I'm not arguing with that case you've presented. I want to see teachers get fair pay. I mean, I worked for Jordan School District and Canyon School District for many years. And let me tell you, my increase didn't go much above your minimum right now to begin with. And so, yeah, they need the money, but there are things that need to be looked at. Number one, basics in facilities construction. There's too much architectural design to praise the architecture and not to serve the student. I've been around, I've seen where there's massive construction that has been to look nice. Not all of it is functional. So it needs to have an educational purpose. I believe everything in your budget needs to have an educational purpose. Next, I was a school counselor for 10 years. I had a budget. I would be frugal, but purchase all those things that needed. Almost every October when they came to me and says, Mr. Neff, you have not spent your entire budget. You need to buy something and use your whole budget. I says, I have all that I need. They kept coming back. You must spend the rest of it. One year I had to buy a full function color printer. Cost well over $1,000 to spend my money. Another year I had to buy a shredder that could almost shred a book at a time for almost $1,000 just to use that money. There is money in your budget that can and should be used because it is there. It's waste. It's money that is not directed toward the use of the students. The last thing, you presented on there your figures, that in your figures that a house just over $700,000 should only be like $303. My house was upgraded because of new mill levies and because of additional levies, upgraded over $200,000 to the 700 level, and I'm sorry, I see your light, but I'm paying the same amount as a house of $900,000, over $338 increase that me on fixed income cannot afford.
Thank you,
Please,
Ted.
thank you.
Trenton, by the way, and then John Collins will be next on this microphone. Trenton.
Yeah, my name is Trenton, by the way. Watching your presentation, I appreciate the challenges that our district has. I got 6 kids of my own. I appreciate the teachers that teach them. What was missing from your presentation? Well, the conversation that I had to have with my wife a couple months ago about our grocery bill, our gas bill, and what things we have to cut. We have needs in our family, just like you say the school district has needs. I have not seen one piece of data or evidence or anything saying, what can we cut? Now, I can't believe that the school district has nowhere to make any cost savings or improvements. or anywhere where we can do things better. And I would think that that would be the number one thing you should propose. In this time, we're in a recession, inflation is going crazy. I have not got a 55% pay increase over the last 6 years. And I appreciate that teachers should be paid well, but I'm not seeing you guys go through the same struggles that I'm going through in my family. We care about kids. I can't help but wonder, watching this presentation, all of the social work and the psychologists and all the things that you say are needs in the district is an after effect of them having less support at home. When you raise taxes, you are decreasing the amount that we can support our children at home. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Trenton. John Collins. And then John Trump over here. John Trump.
Hi, I'm John Collins. I live in West South Jordan. Looking at the tax that I got, and saw that my property, the tax bill of my property went up 30%. And I know that's because of the environment that we're in right now, of property values have gone up. And I also know that I had a neighbor across the street that wanted to sell their home, and that actually they had to sell it at a lower price. So property values right now are starting to drop a little bit, but it's not reflective on my bill. So adding an additional 23% to the school board, which just happens, to the school district, to right now, in my opinion, this is not the right time to do it. I don't know how you're gonna do it. So I appreciate what you're doing. I understand all the stuff. Where I work, the company I work for is losing 5 people a week because they can find better jobs. And my company is even, and I'm in the medical device industry, and they're having to pay higher prices now to get people to replace the people they've lost. I totally understand what's going on. It's not just what's going with you, it's the dynamics of everything right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, John. John Trump, and then Nate Jensen over here on my left. Nate Jensen over here.
I appreciate the time you're giving us, and I wish I could comment on your plan and give you a better one, but we just saw it tonight, so I don't know how I can do that. I'm 75 years old. I lived on a fixed income. My last 2 raises from Social Security were 1.35% and 5.9%. With the state bill that was passed and what you're asking, that's a 41% increase. The gentleman that spoke earlier from this mic had a good point. We need to look at what is not being used wisely, because there's got to be waste in there somewhere, but $30 million is an awful lot to ask. And we just can't afford a 41% increase in taxes for just the school. I mean, there's other things that need to be done. Inflation is killing all of us. It's killing you. It's killing the teachers. We need good teachers. There's no question about that. We need safety in our schools. We certainly don't want to have what happened in Texas happen here. So that needs to be on the list. But there's got to be things that somewhere, there's got to be fat in that budget that you can cut and help all of us get to a point where we can afford to pay for what you need. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nate. After Nate, Hillary Emmer over here.
According to the 2022 Notice of Property Valuation and Tax Changes that I have right here, if this tax increase passes, my property taxes will go up by $720 per year. That means my total property taxes will go above $5,000 per year. A lot of people don't know this. I looked it up. That would give us the second highest property taxes in the country after New Jersey. Now, there's averages involved in that. That wouldn't be the case for everyone, but it's the case for a lot. It also means that for a lot of us, we will be more than double the national average on our property taxes if this goes up. We're already close to that. But if this goes through, we will be more than double the national average. That is ridiculous. I couldn't believe it when I read it. I thought this source must be wrong, so I looked up a different source. My two sources are rocketmortgage.com and businessinsider.com. 5 reasons to vote no on this tax increase. Number one, as mentioned, it would give us the second highest property taxes in the country and more than double the national average. That's bad enough. We've had the highest inflation in 40 years. Gas prices are at an all-time high. And according to the news, we're now heading into a recession. Those 4 factors are causing financial stress for a lot of people. And it doesn't take a genius to know that you don't ram through a large tax increase when a lot of people are having financial distress right now. It's terrible timing. The 5th reason, people that vote to ram through an unpopular and really high tax increase, they get voted out at the next election. Now, you asked for a solution, an alternative. I have one. I'm proposing a seismic shift in a change in education. Let's move toward online education, and let's move toward volunteer teachers. I will volunteer 2 hours a week. You have my email address, my phone number, my name. I'll sign up. If enough people do it, you now don't have to pay teachers. That's my solution. Thank you.
Hillary Emmer over here, and then after Hillary, Peggy Rowland, if you could be prepared.
As a school counselor currently working in Jordan School District for the last 9 years, I want to share my support for this tax increase. I realize none of us want to pay more money, but I know this additional money will be money well spent. One of the best ways these funds will be used is in hiring more school counselors. The onset of the pandemic of 2020 has only punctuated the need for intentional mental health in our schools. Currently, we have many elementary schools who do not have a school counselor. Having a school counselor is no longer just a nice thing to have, it's essential. With these funds, Jordan's district will be the only district in the state of Utah to have a full-time school counselor in every single school. That means every student from kindergarten through 12th grade has access to academic, social, and mental health support. Thanks.
Peggy Rowland, after Peggy, Amy Gibson over here.
As senior citizens, we lived through Jimmy Carter's recession and inflation years. Long gas lines, food price increases, tax increases, housing costs, and everything else that goes along with inflation. We didn't ask for government help. As parents, we tightened our belts, no vacations, no home improvements, no extras in our families. We worked hard for the next 40 to 50 years to make sure we had money and security for our senior years. We were responsible. Now we are here in those senior years, and inflation and recession are here again. Its effects are very hard on us as senior citizens. We have no more years of earning power. So with rising gas, food, car, home, and life insurance, medical bills, prescription costs, and property taxes, our income no longer meets those basic needs. Declining values in investments that we saved and invested in for many years is now what we live on, and those are declining. For seniors, and more taxes are not acceptable. You are taxing us out of our homes and our senior lives. We worked many years for that security. I will repeat, we were responsible during those hard times. You will be senior citizens one day. I pray your investments through your senior years and until you die will last. Now is not the time to increase our property tax. With more inflation and taxes, senior citizens' money won't last until we die. Many people don't know, but the Utah legislature gave a 9% increase, largest in Utah history, $383 million, including a 6% pupil reduction, $10 million teacher bonuses, $64 million for professional salary increase from House Bill 396, for a total of $450 million during the 2022 legislative session. UEA President Heidi Matthews said, "We are so excited for this bill passage and what it's going to mean to our licensed educators." Parents should look at Second Step and also loveisrespect.org. The support program called Social and Emotional Learning is a disguise for CRT and other social programs. Jordan School District claims not to teach these, but Sevier, Jordan, Provo, Utah, Vista, Tooele, Washington counties are all teaching Second Step. The Canyon School District wisely stepped aside from it, and we should too. We want more counselors because you want more counselors because you feel students are stressed. With personalized education, we are putting children back in front of computer screens for many hours in the classroom. The state of Utah, House Bill 73732 and 323, all enacted in the past 3 years, it gave $60 million to pay for hundreds of new counselors for mental health screening for those who cannot afford it.
Thank you, Peggy.
I have just that much left. Inflation has affected all of us. Now is not the time. Jordan School District Board, you weren't responsible. You spent your rainy day fund. You have no cash reserve, and you didn't tighten your belt when you should have. Now you want taxes to fill your coffers. With more taxes from the state of Utah and the federal government, senior citizens will be lucky to be able to buy a coffin. Seniors say no more taxes.
Thank you, Peggy. Amy, please hold your applause. Amy, and then Gary Horn over here. Please be ready.
Good evening. I'm Amy Gibson. I'm a school counselor here in Jordan School District, and I want to share my support for this. And starting a new mental health team during the pandemic. As counselors leaned on each other, as we took care of the students and our faculty and our community, we asked all the time, who will take care of counselors? And the resounding response is our school board will support us and our students. And it keeps us in our job and able to do what we need to do to take care of these kids. Thank you for the additional funding. If it's approved, we will be able to address the mental health needs, which are great, with our students and all stakeholders with this extra help. Every student, every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Gary. Jeff Pack, if you'll be prepared on this microphone.
Thank you very much. I know budgeting. And your budget answers begin with the questions you ask. When you say, what more are we going to do? And then how much is it going to cost? You drive the decision. You're asking the wrong questions. Take them off the table. If you have to have a tax increase to do those additional things, you can't do them. Now next, if you want to do something, cut. Find a way. Now, I've been in a situation where we had to cut budget severely, and more severely. And it shocked me, because when they said, you've got to cut, and by the way, we were having a 25% growth rate. So it just was mind-boggling. But I found that when I worked at it, it was possible. First it was do more with less. Then it was do less with less. And then it was live with less. And then it was there ain't no more. And then it was thank you, continue reducing. We ended up having a 300% increase in capacity that was done with 45% of the budget that was done before, because we knew we had no choice. It's possible. But as long as you keep thinking there is a bottomless pit, we can just raise taxes, you're on the wrong boat, and you get the wrong answers. So turn your thinking around and either cut or don't expand, period.
Thank you, Gary. Jeff Peck. Following Jeff, we'll hear Floyd Christensen over here. Floyd, if you'd be prepared.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to let you know that I agree with most everything that has been said here today. I think a lot of us are very upset because of the increases that are there. Now, we're all facing what has been told on the news to be like a 6 or 7 to 8% inflation increase, right? But what we're talking about here is like a 31% increase for you. Now, how does that even come close to 7 or 8%? You know, it's just, to me, it's just irresponsible. You know, I remember, now I didn't grow up in World War II, but my parents did, okay? And I remember hearing over and over and over, use it up, wear it out, or do without. Okay? Now, I don't see any do without here. I see this list of everything you want, and so you just think, okay, I'm going to the candy store, I'm going to get one of everything. But I don't see anything where you're going to try to get it down to some kind of a reasonable rate. Now, some of these people are retired. I'm retiring in 2 months. Okay, and my increase for my property taxes over the last 5 years, just the property tax valuations, which correlates a lot with the levy rate the Jordan School District gets, my increase over the last 5 years has been 75.5%. You were talking about the increase in the salaries for the teachers over 6 years, 1 more year, that'd be 55%. So my increase in my valuation has gone up considerably more, over 20%, in a shorter period of time. But I don't see anywhere where you guys are even trying to use it up, wear it out, or do without. Somehow you gotta find a way to get the priorities straight so that you're getting the things that you really need the most and putting off for a better time to get the other things you need. Because we don't get everything we need or everything we want. And I see a lot of want. Okay? I don't understand the need maybe so much, but I do know of what my needs are personally for my family. And it's very, very difficult to make decisions. And some of these people have said, well, which one of you guys are going to be responsible when I lose my home? Okay? My overall property taxes this year have gone up $2,000. Now that's kind of a hard pill to swallow when you're facing retirement. I think you need to think about that and what it's doing to every one of these people here and the hundreds of thousands of other people in this valley that aren't here tonight.
Thank you, Gary. Or thank you, Jeff. Floyd Christensen, and then Kenneth Hicken over here.
My name is Floyd Christensen, and you know, I can empathize with what you're going through here. I really can. And you know, you had some valid points there, but then I look at my life, and this tax increase will hurt me, and it will hurt many of these people. Now, I'm retired, I'm 74 years old, and when I was working, I worked at the airport as a skycap. Made $2.13 an hour, made all my money on tips. And I went through recessions, 2008 recession, 2001 when things went down, and what happened? Do you think I made more money during that time? No. My tips would go down and I'd make less. And what I did was I tightened up my belt. I tightened up my belt and I made things work. I scrimped and I saved. Well, we didn't spend here and we didn't spend here because we couldn't afford it. And I kind of have to agree with a lot of these other people that it doesn't seem like that you are willing to do that. You're not willing to tighten up your belt. I know that you said at first we can't find any other places for money. Well, I couldn't either. I didn't have any more. But I found ways to save money and to make it work. And I would like to see you go back to the drawing board and do some of those things, tighten up your belt, and do with a little bit less than what you're asking. As the one gentleman said, yeah, there's a 23% tax increase and an 18% tax increase with the two increases there, and I look at down my property taxes, and I don't see, for the city of West Jordan, I don't see them hardly getting anything. It's all going to the school board, and like I said, I just think that you need to relook at that and cut your spending somewhere, because we can't afford it as seniors. Thank you.
Kenneth, and then after Kenneth, we'll do James Carbine.
My name is Kenneth Hickett. I wanted to address the board as a mental health counselor with a master's degree, that one of the things that I see in my practice is not that the school needs to take care of all of our children's problems, but we need to have accountability, the board saying parents take care of their children. When the school attempts to take care of all the problems of our children, the problems increase, because then their parents have no way to control it. If I ever went home with the discipline in my school, when I grew up in one of the poorest places in Utah, with some of the crappiest facilities, I've made it to a master's degree. I went home, my dad kicked my ass if I had a thing. And that needs to return to our society, not having the school make up excuses for us, or as counselors. And I agree with the counselors, we need more money, we're all underpaid. But the school shouldn't be responsible for parenting. The second thing is, it's unfortunate that this hearing is being held and we're making a decision tonight when we should have had input all along the way. Where have you been as our Board of Education giving us input? Tonight, we get 3 minutes to give our input, but you for sure, and Bryce will speak to you, you have been here and dug into every dollar. Have you? Because I would like to ask, how come we're spending almost $2 million to toot our horn for the Jordan School District in ads and in propaganda and paper to my house, which I don't need? I have no children. I don't need to know about what's happening with all these things. That's $2 million. I can cut that today out of your budget. Why don't we cut your budget? Did middle management get 55% increase too? If there's in my employment in the field of medical social work currently, the biggest glut is management, middle management. If we truly want to think about a tax increase, first of all, really involve the people that are being hurt, us as consumers, and maybe helped, but also think what you can do with management to get rid of it. Do we need this many leaders for these school districts? Does middle management, does the Jordan School District need new buildings of everything? Like the ones the man said, does architecture have to be, or do we just need classrooms where people are being taught? That's what's run out of education, in my opinion. We're not teaching, we're babysitting. And I think that's just a crime, and we're raising taxes for it. I think the other thing is, I think one gentleman mentioned there's a lot of growth going on in this district. If all those extra taxes are not enough for you, what you're doing is budgeting because we have money to spend. We're not budgeting because we only need to get so much and we need to have these people be able to take care of their own children. Thank you.
James Carbine over here. After James, we're going to do Kish North over here, if you'll be prepared.
My name is James Carbine, and I have 6 kids that were educated in Jordan School District, and I am very proud about my 6 kids that were raised there. I have grandkids now who are teachers, not in this district, but who are teachers who are looking for employment outside of Utah, and I'm sad to see them if they have to leave it. But that doesn't mean that if you look around the auditorium here, you see a lot of white-haired people. That's because it hurts us the most We don't have the ability to suddenly just grab another $1,000 out of our wallet and say, okay, here, go ahead and do whatever you want with this. We would like realistic education without all of these extra frills that go along with it. I have 2 grandchildren who spent in their elementary school years immersed in Chinese. Do you know that neither one of those 2 kids can speak any Chinese now? It's a waste of money to go to these programs that our kids aren't interested in, that they could do without. And the thing that hits me the hardest is a 23% increase in our taxes at a time when we're all suffering just getting by, especially these white-haired people out here. I fill up my car with gasoline once a month, and when it runs out, I don't go anyplace anymore because I've had to cut back. My food, I no longer eat as extravagantly as I used to. I only buy one Hostess cupcake now instead of a whole box of them. But if you've been delving into this problem for the last 5 years, why is it now that you are throwing this 23% increase at us when we're all suffering? Why wasn't it addressed over the past 5 years in a more diligent manner so that it didn't affect us so greatly? I hope that you, last thing is, if you don't get this budget increase, I know that you're not going to lose. Somebody's not going to come along and foreclose on West Jordan High School. But there are people in this audience and in our neighborhoods that this type of increase could very well put them in a position where they're not going to be able to pay those taxes, and they could lose their homes.
Thank you, James. Kish. After Kish, we'll do Ellen. Ellen Casalino over here.
Hey, thanks for your time. My name's Kish North. I'm a dad of 6, one in Sojo Middle, one just graduated this past year from high school in Sojo. In 2020, South Jordan, Jordan School District reported 1,082 employees making over than $100,000 a year. By comparison, the average salary was $78,000 a year. So I think your numbers are a bit skewed. Anthony Godfrey, $281,000. John Larson, $254,000. Michael Anderson, $233,000. Charles Sorensen, $225,000. Laura Phillinson, I apologize, $298,000. June Martin, $221,000. Scott Thomas, $220,000. Rebecca Gerber, $217,000. Doreen Strauss, $216,000. Why don't you guys make a pay cut? Why don't you put a cease on your raises for the next 5 years, a moratorium? Why don't you help? You tout that you're for the children. I don't think so, making $250,000 a year. That's not for the children. That's for your own pocketbook. Seriously. And you want another increase? No. Very unfortunate that we didn't start this with the national anthem. Second meeting I've been here, and no one starts with the national anthem. You're supposed to be leaders. How dare you? Here's a plan. How about those I mentioned take a haircut financially? Okay? You feel you work for the kids? If it's all about the kids, then how about, like I said, no raises for 5 years? Hall monitors? Here's a solution. I went to my principal at Sojo last year when my son was bullied, shot with a pepper ball gun, and I said, you need more people. They said, our officer is only one person. Met with him, great man. Guess what? 1 out of 1,300 kids. I said, I run a group called Utah Patriots. We have a rapid response team. I said, I'll get all the men and women together, the parents, and we'll come monitor the halls. Crickets. Crickets. You don't need me for that. You need the people. And we're all going to do it. I have a solution for you, folks. We'll step in for you. 100%. Why are we increasing taxes? My issue here, different than theirs a little bit besides the increase, and I feel for the seniors that are going to get crushed here. and people that are living paycheck to paycheck is this: bullying, social issues within school, picking on people, letting people come with MILF on their shirt, Playboy on their shirt. We have a dress code issue. How in the heck do you let people come in with a leash walking a person? We have a problem in the school. Fix what's in the school before you start doing architecture work and building new. We have a problem, folks, in the school. Why can't you correct what's inside the mechanics of it? I don't think we're educating our kids. Like the one gentleman said, it's a place to babysit your children. You're educators. I'll leave with this. It's called a public school. Just because you guys were voted in, you can be voted out. And
Thank you, Kish.
if it's a public school, let the public make the decisions rather than you, because you're not making the right decisions for the public.
Ellen. After Ellen, we're going to do Richard Eddington over here. Richard Eddington, if you'll be prepared.
Thank you, and I thank you for your service and all the hard work that you do. Here we are again. You did raise taxes, I believe in 2019, to give teachers a raise. I was here at that meeting then, and I did not disagree that teachers needed raises. I don't disagree that the counselors, that we need more counselors. 2 of them spoke tonight. That's beside the point. Yes, these things are needed, but they do not need to come from our property taxes. Increasing them, I should say. Someone mentioned the growth in the west half of the county. Harriman, I believe, is the fastest growing city in the state of Utah. The Olympia Hills, west of West Jordan, all that, those homes being built that are built and are under construction and are proposed to be under construction has increased Jordan School District's tax base exponentially. You can use that money without increasing anyone's taxes. I spoke with Harriman to find out how much growth we have, and I can't remember the data that he gave me, but it blew my mind because of the rapid growth. Those are all homes that are being purchased, therefore will have a property tax debt. We do not need to increase our property taxes because of that. There's your solution right there. You can have the wish list. We want the best for our children. We want to meet their needs in every way possible. But it has to be fiscally responsible, and you have your money in the growth of the west side of Salt Lake County, of the Jordan School District. I just echo what everyone else is saying. I about had a heart attack that my property taxes went up $1,100 from last year, that the value of my home was increased $275,000 from last year to this year, which is fine if I'm selling, but not for people that have to live there. I know that that is not your fault or your problem, that housing prices increase like that. But the results are the same. It paints a very grim picture for our pockets. And on top of everything that we've had to do now, the inflation, the groceries, the gas, and everything else that has been mentioned, not this year. I implore you and I beg you, not this year.
Thank you, Ellen. Richard is next. After Richard, we'll do Alan Langford over here. Alan, if you'll be prepared.
I'm Richard Eddington. I've lived in South Jordan now for almost 15 years. I watched my taxes increase. When I moved in at about $400, I'm over $3,000 now, with a nearly 30% increase being proposed this year alone. I'm getting ready to retire. My plans were to retire in about a month or two. I'm having to say I can't retire now. With inflation, with the tax increase, with everything that's going on around us, I'm having to change my plans change my future that I would plan for. The money that I put away for retirement, I've watched 30% of it disappear. I don't have the power to go out and tax someone to say, hey, I'm missing 30% or I want to do these things. I don't have the ability to go grab that income from someone else. Your vote tonight holds us hostage, holds me hostage. You vote for this tax increase, I have no power to say no. I can try and meet it, I can try and tighten my belt. It's the only way I can keep my home, is if I make changes. The school district needs to make changes. You asked for a solution. I have a solution, one that could be implemented rather rapidly. We don't need all these separate school districts and separate budgets in this county. You can consolidate all these districts, all these high-paid individuals, all these directors, all these vice presidents in these districts, and along with the budgets that are used for maintenance, consolidate it. Eliminate some of these positions. I've been in school districts in other areas of the country growing up. One of the largest in the United States was Prince George's County in Maryland. Their county was one single school district that was very well managed. Why do we need all of these duplicate positions within this county? Thank you.
Alan Langford over here, and then Andrew Peltier over here.
So I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to let us speak. I really wish that we could get answers when we speak. I wish we could get the answers. We're not going to get the answers. And I have no illusion that you guys are going to consider anything that's said here. You're going to pass it, like you always do. But that's just a reality, right? I've lived long enough. I've seen it. You're going to pass it. But be ready for a fight, because you're going to get a fight. This is ridiculous. Could you have picked a worse time? Serious. Bryce, could you pick the worst time? It's not rhetorical. Could you have picked the worst time?
Probably
This
not.
is- this
But
is
keep
horrible,
going. This is
right?
our turn to hear from you.
Well, okay. You're hearing from me. Horrible timing. Horrible timing. Let's see. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Who wants to bet me $10 that they're going to pass their proposed? Come on. I got $10 cash. They're not going to pass. Oh, they're going to pass it. They're going to try. Tonight, they're going to vote to pass it. Okay, well then, I'm taking my bet. I mean, I don't mean to be mean or rude or anything, but enough. Seriously. And this tax that they say is 23%. Go do the math. That's on if the.
Nobody can hear you.
Go do the math. It's not 23%. Mine went up just for Jordan School District, 37%, almost 38%. Just Jordan School District. Then you throw in the state basic levy, that went up 41%. It's ridiculous. At this time, in this recession, and what's going on, you know, I apologize if I'm being vocal and if I'm being a little mean, but tighten your belt and get ready for a fight, because it's coming. That's all I have.
Andrew. After Andrew, we'll do Dean Pettit over here.
All right, my name is Andrew Peltier. I'm in Riverton. I've sent Matt Young an email. I have not gotten a response from you yet, sir. I do support a lot of the comments that have been made here, but I do want to make a couple of points that really haven't been touched on. Starting in 2015, 2016, your revenue went up 12%. In the following years, it was 10%, 9%, 0.1%, and 9%. My revenue has not done anything close to that. I have had to do with what I earn. I do not get to vote in my own revenue. Everybody's taxes here have been going up year over year over year, not because you've been increasing the rates, but because of our housing values have been going up and up, and those are reflected in your revenue numbers. For 3 of those years, the enrollment in the Jordan School District went up a total of 4.8%. This is again according to your website numbers, while your revenue went up 18.8%. Where does that money go? Why do I need to chalk up an extra $30 million for more of these programs? I do have to echo the gentleman also before. It honestly feels like you've already made your decision. You're here to let us rant and rave, because that's exactly what happened 5 years ago. We sat in here when you wanted to give $5,000 raise to all of the teachers. We all came in here with the same things. We can't afford it. You're going to price people out of the homes, and you went ahead and voted it. So I'm going to be honest with you and agree with the gentleman before me. It feels like the decision has already been made. But in all honesty, a 23% increase in a good year would be insane. Now it's just obscene. Please vote.
Dean Pettit. Mike, you'll be next if you'll take this mic.
I'm Dean Pettit. I've lived here in the South Jordan District for over 40 years. And over this 40 years, I've seen continuous increases in programs and programs and programs. My suggestion, if you're looking at cutting something, don't keep adding more specialized programs. I've raised 6 kids through the district. I've got 16 grandchildren. They're being taught right now. And I see that, and it's great. They have more opportunity, more options, but put the kids back in school. Why do another online program? I realize that during COVID it was necessary, but put them back in school. Cut the cost of trying to do everything remotely. Put them back in school. There's a cost savings. There are other things you can do. I know we've got a lot of ALPS programs, and those specialized programs are needed, but sometimes we just can't afford some of the extra luxuries. I call them luxuries. Get down to the basic education, educate them, and if you want to cut costs, then get the volunteers from the parents to come in and monitor the schools, give them some training on how to manage it, and you can put more parents on the ground and feet on the ground by asking, and I think that somebody suggested that earlier, getting volunteers and parents on the ground in the schools paying attention to their own children, and stay to the basics, and maybe cut some of the luxuries, the extra learning that we've got to do. I know I've got a daughter that teaches. In fact, I've got two family members that are teaching school. Yeah, they need to be paid. We need to pay the core people that are teaching the children what they need to be paid. We've got a whole middle class of professionals, semi-professionals, that, you know what, we pay them a lot of money. So I'd watch that. But here's the comparison. Granite School District's changing their budget. They're proposing this year is 3%. We're looking at 23% change in the South Jordan budget. The state of Utah already raised theirs 18% on us. And as you go through, and we're looking at inflation this year, 8-9% or more, yeah, an 8 or an even 10% increase to take care of inflationary rates that we've already got, yeah, that's reasonable, not 23%. So look at your budgets. If we've got to cut one of their programs, you know, I'm sorry, but that's got to be cut. If it means still taking on and keeping part-time people to do the job instead of some full-time staff, I'm sorry. But you've got to look at those numbers instead of putting a big, long wish list out there saying, yeah, we like this would be great, this would be great, this would be great, this would be great. Yeah, that's all great. But over the 40 years, I've seen us just keep adding and adding and adding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Mike, and then Stephen, if you'll take this microphone. Stephen on this side afterwards.
Hey, good evening. So I'm going to start out with, don't meet your wants. They're very different than your needs. The numbers that you keep presenting don't even match what's on your website, and none of them match my statement for taxes. I have tried to understand them over and over, but you guys keep throwing out figures that don't equal. Someone, when I came in here, said it's only $20 a month. It's not $20 a month for most people. You keep talking about payroll increases. You shared a cute number of 55%. Next year is only a 5.1% increase from last year. That does not meet your demand for 26%. And along with that line of statement that said salary, you had a statement with it that said programs of choice. Choice is the word there. We don't need them all. I'll give you one suggestion. Get rid of the JPAS process. It's a waste of money. Your teachers don't need it. We need better leadership, not to overpay them. Your leadership, my kids went through a high school in this district, and in the 4 years they were there, they saw their principal about once a year, and it was typically around graduation time. You're putting them in too much meetings. They're not doing anything effective for the students. They're spending all their time sucking butts up in the corporate type Jordan District offices. You've gone around this taxation process the last 4 years. That's why we're here tonight. Because you've overspent your budget 4 years in a row. You've overspent and reduced the amount of money that you had in the savings account. But yet when you look at your website, because what you proposed for 2022-23 is less than what you actually spent in 21-22. You tried to claim that you reduced budget by 1.5%. But what you really did is you reduced your overspending by 1.5%, because without tax increase that you're proposing, you would still get 6% out of us in most cases. When you're done, these people here are the ones that are going to need the counselors, not the students. You can't have everything you want. I want you to vote no. A vote no still gives you 6% money, and I have faith that you will do the right things.
Mike. Stephen Scott over here. Evan Bennett, be prepared over here. Evan Bennett.
Good evening. My name is Steve Scott. I was raised here in Salt Lake City. I graduated from West High School in 1973. Graduated from the University of Utah and the University of Pennsylvania. We didn't have the kind of programs you're talking about tonight, and I've done okay. Educated in public schools is okay. My children were educated in public schools, and my grandchildren are educated in public schools. I'm currently a chief financial officer for a national bank. As I said, I've done okay with the public education with very few programs. In 1978, the citizens of California passed Proposition 13, an amendment to the Constitution of California. Why? Proposition 13 declared that property taxes on homes were to be assessed on the 1976 value and restricted the annual increases to the tax to an inflation factor not to exceed 2%. When California passed Proposition 13, it capped those property taxes, and that meant a big reduction in tax revenue, as you can imagine. One of the highest areas affected was public schools. California went from having some of the highest per student funding to the lowest. Why was that? Why did it happen in 1978? Because of the unprecedented growth in real estate value in California. That is what we're experiencing here. For the last decade, home price appreciation along the Wasatch Front has been stellar, and for those who benefit from real estate, it's been the Wasatch Front gold rush. For those who have remained in their homes, they have watched the value of their home increase. That's great, but they haven't monetized that. It doesn't result in cash flow. The Wasatch Front gold rush is now seen as an opportunistic money grab by the county to capitalize on unrealized wealth. Having just received my property tax notice, I'm dumbfounded at the audacity. Both the state and county governments believe that they should capitalize on that unrealized appreciation. Yes, real estate values have increased, but how many people across the valley and state have actually capitalized on that appreciation? So here are the facts from my property tax notice. Percentage increase in full market value, 26.5%. Percentage increase if the tax increase is approved, 14.9%. Percentage increase in Jordan School District if the increase is approved, 23%. So in looking at the 22 budget for Jordan School District, the total budget is increased from $173 million to $227 million. That's a 31% increase. So why? Well, the voted local levy increases from $45 million to $61 million, an increase of $15 million or a 35% increase.
Thank you, Stephen. Hurry and wrap it up.
The basic school levy increased from $49 million to $63 million, $14 million or 29% increase. The board local levy increases from $17 million to $32 million, $15 million or 88 million, or 88%. So,
thank you, Stephen. We got to hear from everyone. Evan, you're next. After Evan, we'll have Daryl High over here.
My name is Evan Bennett. Jordan School District taxes on my home have increased from $492.02 in 2012 to $876.47 in 2021. That's a total of 78% increase. From 2020 to 2021, the Jordan School District taxes on my home increased from $794.91 to $876.47, a total of $81.56, or 10.2% increase. And now you want to increase the tax on my home by another $206.21 to $1,104.41, or an additional 23%. Actually, my math says that's 26%. I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income, and in my opinion, this proposed tax rate hike is abusive. The Utah state government keeps coming up with more and more funding for schools each year, and I think the school system generally, and Jordan School District in particular, should stop being a money pit with never-ending demands for more. The concept of living within a reasonable budget should be considered. I have to live within a budget. I also noted that the charter schools weren't asking for 23%, so I think maybe we ought to be moving toward charter schools. Thank you.
Daryl. After Daryl, we'll do Andrea Hughes over here.
We welcome your service, Board of Education. Thank you for all you do. You said tonight that you would speak for us, and you talked about stewardship and accountability. You talked about challenges and the need for budget increases. My wife and I lived in Salt Lake until a year and a half ago. We saw tax increases of 28%, 37%, and now you're asking for 23% from us. I pulled up and looked at the Jordan School District budget for last year. You overspent by $19 million in your capital fund. $5.4 million in your capital fund. You had a budget surplus of $24 million that's listed as unassigned. I think the word mismanagement comes to mind. The rough budget amount you're asking for by the Truth and Taxation site looks at $61 million in additional unsupportable and unsustainable funds. We chose to live here in this community. Everyone in this room is an unequivocal advocate for education. We'd ask you to listen to what's been said tonight. I did a little tally. Right now, it's 22 to 2 against this tax increase. Thank you.
Andrea, followed by Rob Hughes over here. Sorry to split you up.
Okay, hi. My name's Andrea Hughes, and I was an educator for 27 years, public education in both Jordan and Granite District. I am very concerned with the direction of public education. I am very concerned with the boards not representing the people. I've seen it in many, many districts. I know Natalie Klein, who is on the Board of Education of the state. She is very concerned about these national programs that you guys want to pay the counselors to push on our children. And it frightens me to death that my grandchildren are coming to these public schools. They're going downhill because you're teaching them things like gender confusion and to be embarrassed with their race. This isn't okay. It's not okay to do to our children. Our children are not safe in public schools. You're not representing the people. Public education should not be representing the NEA, because the NEA's got some very scary programs. We do not need pornography in our libraries paid by our taxes. You need to be taking care of our kids morally, and you're not. We don't need all these programs. We need you to have a moral structure, and we're not happy with you all over the country. The way you're patting your belts with these taxes, that's only helping the upper management. Not okay. I'm getting to teach you something. The counselors I worry about, I think they've got strange agendas that scare me for our children. Do the right thing and represent these people here. Thank you.
Rob Hughes and then Robert Dunton over here. Robert.
Good evening. Many of this is repetitive, but I'll start anyway. We've gone through 2 years of some very difficult economic times, and I can't understand why we need to continue to pay for the pandemic. People are living paycheck to paycheck. There are those, like my wife and myself, who are living on a fixed income. You're asking us to tighten our, I have to tighten my belt. Are you going to tighten your belt? Now, I'm going to propose this. I spent a good portion of my professional life selling in the municipal markets, cities, towns, and governments. And I can tell you the waste that is in those government facilities. I was called on by several municipalities that I had sold equipment to come in and monitor what my machine was doing and to best make sure that it was profitable for them. In doing so, I also was able to point out other things within their shops where there was just wasting money. Waste, waste, waste. But everybody's blind to that. You take low bid, you buy something that's cheap, and then you just throw money at it to solve the problem. I can't see that we're going to get anywhere by throwing money at a problem to fix this. When we talk about your need counselors and such, when I was in college at Westminster, Salt Lake City had a program. I was studying psychology that I worked directly with Salt Lake's Board of Education in a psychology where I was meeting on one-on-one with people, being a counselor, because I thought that's what I wanted to do. Why don't we reach out to the colleges and universities and find volunteers? Why don't we find volunteers to walk through your shops and point out what's going on? That these things aren't worn out, that this money is being wasted here. I think you need to take a better look at what you can do. You're asking us to tighten a belt. If I have to take a $40 a month hit, what are you willing to do? I haven't seen that.
Robert over here, and then Nikita. No Robert Dunton? Okay, Nikita, if you'll go, and then Danny, if you'll take this microphone.
Okay, I'm not going to sit here and tell you your own numbers. Numbers you already know, which are astronomical and stupid. But I'm going to tell you what's going on as a mom, okay? You sit here and you say, it's about the children. Heartstrings not affected, okay? Because you want to see the children? There's 6 of them at my house, all right? Those are the children. You're asking for Disney World. When I just told my 9-year-old we couldn't go to the county pool because it was too expensive right now, think about what you're asking. It's about the children. Where are the children's needs met? Where? Is it at your house, Matt? Is it at your house, Daryl? No, it's in my house. It's in our houses. We're the ones who feed and clothe and provide shelter. And instead of saying to us, which you should be saying, hey, we realize times are tough. We're going to cut what we can and give you guys a tax break this year. So you can feed and clothe and care for your kids, and maybe once this hot frickin' summer, afford to take them to the county pool. While you're getting your $200,000+, I'm driving a $500 public surplus Layton City used police car so that my kids can afford what they need to afford. But please, by all means, take more money out of my pocket. You have got to be kidding me. My 21-year-old just said to me, Mom, they've already made up their mind. They know what they're gonna do. They're gonna vote to pass this. If you really wanna represent us, which you said you did today, if that's not just hot air, you will vote no. Because guess what? You want a solution? Here's your solution. That music program you were talking about, not your job. I've got 6 kids. My kids want to learn music. Whose job is it to pay for my kid to learn music? Mine. My kid needs a counselor. Whose job is it? Mine. It's all me. It's my job. It's not your job. Stay in your lane. Remember that talk? Remember, Matt, that night we sat in the other building? Let's think about this. We're talking about our kids, my responsibility. Your only responsibility is to help them learn to read, to write, to do science and math and all that kind of stuff. All the extra, even the things my kids love, like the cross-country team. Guess what? My job to pay for, not yours. Okay? Think about this. And the guy who was talking about New Jersey and how we're the second highest, I'm from New Jersey. Let me tell you about New Jersey education. You pay for nothing outside of your taxes. I went to school in New Jersey, born and raised in New Jersey. You don't pay school fees. You don't pay registration fees. You don't pay sports fees. You want to be on the football team? Guess what? You're on the football team. You want to be on the wrestling team? Hey, it's paid for because we tax the crap out of people. But you want to tax. And then I just sat there. I have 2 high schoolers coming right here to this high school. It's going to cost me over $600 that I know of so far just to have them do the basics. And then another $400 for their AP test, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the fees I know about. And you're sitting here telling me, please, by all means, Miss Horn, pay these bills that you're charging me for my kid to go to free public education. And then on top of that, let me increase your property taxes in a house that's 2,200 square feet that hasn't changed in the 7 years I've been in it, but I gotta pay twice the taxes.
Thank you.
You tell me how I'm gonna pay for my kids.
Thank you. Danny. Danny over here and then Reed over here.
Hello everybody, I'm Danny Fife. My heart's pounding. When I heard that guy over there saying it was likely you were just you already made your decision, it freaked me out. I'm thinking, no way. I mean, you can't listen to all of these comments and vote for whatever you're trying to do. It's confusing to me. But a couple weeks ago, I received a letter in the mail from a government entity stating that I was going to likely be charged an extra $1,500. It was alarming, so I called the county assessor and demanded that I speak directly with him because my question could only be answered by him. Well, just like regular government entities, the assistant called me back and said the only way that we can change that increase is by rounding up your entire neighborhood to come to these meetings. To me, that seems corrupt. And can everybody see that the problem is money? The system is corrupt. The United States government is corrupt. Utah state government is corrupt. The county assessor is corrupt. I don't understand, okay, my house value went up. I don't understand why that would ever mean now I have to shell out more money. It's confusing. Bryce, I don't know if this is being recorded, but if it was, we can go back to what you said. You said you know exactly how this affects us. Do you know that I'm going to have to get a loan to pay for this increase? You say you know exactly. Do you realize that? I'm going to have to go get a loan to pay for this extra money. But I have a better solution. If we can recognize that government is corrupt and it's set up to divide us, I mean, this is what's going on right now. We're battling and we're having a division. I challenge everybody in the auditorium, you guys included, to get on YouTube and look up the Venus Project. It is a resource-based economy and not a money-based economy. That's the problem. All of these dreams that you want can happen without money.
Thank you, Danny. Reed. After Reed, we'll do Michael Duke over here.
Hi, yes, my name's, thank you, Reed Raleigh. I do want to thank you guys for your service. I have 4 children in the school district. I'm obviously very invested in it. I went to high school here at Riverton High many years ago. Great school district. You guys are doing really good things. I will say, as a profession, I'm a CPA and a tax director at a large public corporation, and I'm very familiar with taxation. I even sit on the board of the Utah Taxpayers Association, so I'm probably more familiar with tax than most of the general population. And one thing that's interesting about the state of Utah is that we have in our state constitution a mandate that all income taxes be spent on education. You can't actually use any income taxes for roads or, you know, really all of the other resources that we all need as part of our society. That being said, we actually have $1 billion surplus in our income tax bucket. I don't know if you guys noticed, but this last go around, we actually saw a small decrease in our income tax rate. And that was because the state legislation determined that, you know, if we have a surplus, there's no need for us to continue to charge these taxes. So I understand that we have a growing district and you guys have growing needs in the budget, so that makes perfect sense to me. I think instead of pulling the funds in the form of property taxes, that really we should be pulling these funds from the income tax bucket. They've already been set aside. There's literally $1 billion surplus. So I think it doesn't make any sense to pull more money from residents in the form of property taxes. The money is already in your hands in the form of income tax. So, you know, we would just ask that instead of continuing to tax us, to use what's already at your disposal. Thanks.
Michael over here, and then Derek, if you'll be prepared over here.
Hi, I'm Michael Duke. Most of the points have already been made, so I will be very brief and skip over those, but I do have a solution for you. First, the 55,000 increase over the last 6 years. If you run the math, and I am a CFO, you run the math, that's a 7.5 compounded annual growth rate. I don't know of a lot of people that are getting 7.5 compounded annual growth rate in their income. So it's a little difficult for most of the people here, as you've heard, to come up with that increase. Still, that doesn't compare to the 23% that we're being asked to pay this year. 7.5, 23 doesn't match. You've heard a number of proposals. I agree with many of them. Focus on basics. Your slide number 2, your needs number 2 and needs number 3, those aren't basics. Do they all need to be cut? Probably not. But you've heard an awful lot about living within your means and making cuts. It makes a lot of sense. We all have to live within our means, so should the school district. You've heard about the economy and where we're at. This is not a good time to be making large increases. As a CFO, here's the solution I'm willing to propose to you. I look at budgets all day long. I figure out what needs to be cut, where we can expand, where we can grow, and quite frankly, if you vote no, I will donate my time to work with the board or whomever you would like, and I'm sure there's plenty of others that would do the same, and we would be happy to come to you and propose something that would allow you to live within your means and not create a 23% increase for the people of Utah.
Derek, and then Rodney. Rodney, if you'll be prepared after Derek.
I'll make this quick. I've lived in Riverton, Bluffdale area for most of my life. I went to Riverton High School. I now have two beautiful children who are not going to be attending Jordan School District. Wanted to voice my displeasure with this increase, and I wish you would stop using COVID and teacher pay increase to reach into my pocket and steal some money. Thank you.
Rodney. After Rodney, Odin, if you'll be prepared.
Thank you for your time. So last time I was here, it was 2 years ago. You were asking for another tax increase, $20 for every $100,000 my house is worth. My house is doubled. My house value is doubled. I want to know where all that money went. You claimed it was for teachers last time, so why are we claiming that same thing here? When we have all literally paid double. Where is that going? My next question is I asked you this last time, but never got an answer. What meals should I skip to be able to pay for this? How much food should we all stop eating? Or how much overtime should we work to pay for this? My other question is kind of more rhetorical, is my question, do you even really need it? Because all the students that come out know more about Marilyn Monroe and the Beatles and other liberal bullcrap than when they know about the George Washington or the massacres under the Holdovers, under Mao or Stalin, or any of the communist tenets, which are major things in world history. No one knows about the tenets of communism or the Weimar Republic. These are major things. Why do we not know about it? My other comment is just because you want my money doesn't make you, if you think you need it just because you want it, well, so does any other common burglar. The only difference is they don't ask me to sanction it before they take it. Thank you.
Odin, and then Sean Richardson, if you'll be prepared.
All right, well, there's been a lot of proposals for the budget of this district, and you don't need to hear another because most of them would work. However, reaching into my pockets will not work, because 3 years ago, you reached in my pockets again, saying that it was for the teachers so you can bump their pay from $34,000 up to $55,000. Now you're telling me that you haven't given the teachers any raise, so your money's being mismanaged and you need to do a better job. And if you do decide to reach in my pockets and steal my money, I want to know who gave you the right to steal from me. Thanks.
Sean, and then Ted over here.
I'm Sean Richardson. I really think that government and government entities should be more responsible, more like running a business. You know, I have a small business of my own, and yes, this year would have been great to purchase another vehicle, be able to hire somebody instead of doing all the work myself. But because of this recession that we're in now, I'm no longer able to do that. We really need to be more responsible. The money that we have, or that the school district has, is even more sacred funds than we have from businesses. Because it is taken, it is not freely given. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Sean, Ted, and then Rachel Trim, if you'll be prepared.
My name is Ted Hansen. First of all, I wholeheartedly agree that education is important, but I think we're putting a little too much whipped cream on top. I totally disagree with needing to raise our property taxes. My home has quadrupled in value, which means I'm paying already quadruple the taxes. It doesn't need to go higher. I have some ideas for solutions. First of all, every single person here, including you, needs to look in the mirror and say, what can I do to help with education, whether it be volunteering in school or spending time with our children so they don't need these counselors so much at school. Another possible solution, which I really understand is totally unrealistic, but that is abolish the federal education department and spend that money at the schools instead of on the bureaucracy. Thank you.
Rachel Trim, and then Kim Coleman over here.
I'd like to thank you guys for your time tonight. And I would like to express, I understand the need for employees. I work in another school district. I do payroll for 600 custodians every 2 weeks. I see the need that they go through and the base pay that most of them are working 2 jobs. Your support staff do need a bump in pay. I get that. What I don't agree with, here's my compromise, the 5.1% cost of living raise that's going to your superintendent, assistant superintendent. They're making $288,000 a year with their benefits. And do you need another $14,000? That's 5.1% on your income. That to me is not fiscally responsible. To be voting in your own raise on my dime, on all of our dimes. That's taxation without representation, in my opinion. Because I can't go and vote for my own raise every year. Yeah, I am a school district employee, and I will be getting 4.25% COLA, because I'm classified. But do administrators, high-paying administrators, really need the 5.1% this year? This is a horrible year to give yourself a raise. Even as a school district employee, I am still having to cut back because of food prices, gas prices. I just paid $250 to register both my 2 boys in the Jordan School District. It's not right, and I don't know how you could sleep at night thinking it's okay making that much money a year and giving yourself that cost of living raise when I think that you probably could do pretty well with this inflation with what you're making now. Fiscally, that's my compromise. I understand, like I said, your staffing needs. We have custodians that are covering 2 schools because we can't get in support staff. We have paras doing the same thing. I understand that. So my compromise is withholding your 5.1% raise, Dr. Godfrey, and maybe trickling that down and give us a tax break, but also give what you guys need, a bump in pay for your support staff. That's all I've got to say.
Kim Coleman, followed by Farrell.
Bless the mom and her 6 kids who will pay through the nose for our retirements in the next few years. You represent the people here. You actually read a script in support of this tax hike. You kind of lose our trust when you show up with your mind already made up, and this is just a perfunctory for you. Remember the last time you fell into the staff echo chamber and board group think of the proposed $500 million bond? Remember how that worked out for you. The question before you is not whether you can make budget without this tax increase, it's whether you can continue with your excessive mission creep in Santa suits without raising them. Jordan School District has one of the highest budget appropriations to community services, ironically, $35 million. And you propose not just to maintain, but to expand to new positions. Your governance oversees financial literacy education of children in this district. Please teach them to do as you say, not as you do. Never use one-time or rainy day funds for ongoing expenses. We, the people, should not pay for the mismanagement of this or previous boards. Fact check, we are years before we're penalized for not taking the $1 million we can supposedly get in exchange for the $35 million smack to us. A recession with a generational choking high inflation is not the time to kick us when we're financially down. Also, when your board policy requires Copper Hills High School Turning Point USA Club to remove USA from their title because you fear it will offend others, you don't understand the First Amendment, and you should forfeit all of your public dollars and step aside and let people who are not ashamed to be Americans do the job.
Farrell. And then over here, Jennifer.
My name is Farrell Cruzy. I'm a 17-year resident of South Jordan. I'm 75 years old. And this is the highest tax increase in property taxes I have ever received in my whole life. I've lived all across the country. I've been exposed to many school districts, and never have I seen an increase like this. Now, I want you to tell me, which you won't because you don't have the time, but you all laid out the things that you need. You never told us anything that you're going to decrease. What are you going to decrease? You haven't told us that at all. So how can you vote tonight and tell us that you're going to accept this and put it on us if you've never told us what you've looked at decreasing? If every one of you vote yes tonight, this is a rigged board. Thank you.
Jennifer over here, followed by Jonathan over here.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bamey. I am a resident of South Jordan. I appreciate the time that you as a board have put into your service in preparing this presentation. I've been a part of the Jordan School District community as a resident, taxpayer, student, and teacher for my entire 52 years. I'm speaking tonight in support of the proposed tax increase. In order to be competitive for employees and with student success, Jordan District must invest in educators through increased salary, resources, and respect. Educators are the #1 influence on student success while students are in school. That is why public education exists, to help children become contributing members of our democracy. The importance of educating the next generation means educators must be paid similar to other professionals with degrees and additional certifications. Additional resources that help educators support their students are also necessary. Those resources could include additional trained personnel to assist with student behavior problems, student academics, and student mental health needs. Smaller class sizes and no new programs would also help educators have time to give students the one-on-one attention that they deserve. All educators need respect from students, parents, administrators, and the board. The education and training teachers have should be respected, including hiring fully qualified teachers, not those who will have to learn on the job. The experience, expertise, and professional judgment of educators should be respected. Educators' time must be respected. It should not be expected that teachers will work evenings and weekends to meet the minimum requirements of the job. Jordan District has over a century of success with students. Jordan District graduates are teachers, software engineers, surgeons, accountants, truck drivers, dental hygienists, small business owners, salespeople, detectives, human resource managers, and more. I know them. They are my graduates that came with me when I graduated from high school, and they are my former students who are in these positions now. I am willing to pay for a tax increase that supports continued student success by supporting educator success. When educators have what they need, including competitive salaries, benefits, resources, and respect, students will have what they need to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jonathan over here, followed by Orrin, if you'll be prepared over here.
I've been coming to these for a long time, and we've never been able to change. Your guys already had a meeting before this meeting, so I don't have nothing to say. I know you guys have already met in mine.
Orrin over here, Stephen, if you'll be prepared on this side. Is there Orrin Kelch?
My name is Oren Kelch. I went to Riverton for 3 years. First thing I have to say is, the whole time I was there with my counselor, it was nothing but an ad for college. Even if I had other problems, it always came back to college. If you want to hire more counselors, you either have to get rid of the ones that are just ads for college or actually make sure they are willing to counsel us. But on that note, it isn't their problem, my mental stability, that's my parents. And if you guys keep proposing tax proposals, I will never be able to see my parents, or my kids won't be able to see me if I become a parent, or any of these parents, because they have to go work jobs. Both parents have to go work 2 jobs if they keep being taxed this hard, and that just destroys the functional family. And that's the whole reason we came to America, is so we could get away from all this unlawful taxes and be a family again. This is just going right back to where England is, and if we keep going back that way, it's just going to be another war. You need to stop it before it becomes an actual problem and let the people run the families they want to. Thank you for your time.
Stephen Burton. Over here, Rebecca Burton.
Hi. I first wanted to say that I sympathize with what you're trying to do here with our students. However, I don't think I can add a whole lot additional, though it's already been said. For example, my property taxes have already gone up, check. We're going through a terrible increase in inflation, and experts are saying that a recession is inevitable probably through 2023. Home budgets are significantly strained, and so on and so forth. This is a bad time to be asking for more money when there is no more money. I think there are solutions, though, that you can use. I think some have already been said, like the use of volunteers. Charter schools do it quite a bit. We've had some kids in charter schools, and they rely heavily on volunteers, and it works quite well. There's also, in businesses, when they look at programs that are not providing value, they get cut. And I think that that is something that the board can look at. If you are adding programs and you're not adding any value statements to those, then that's not the way to do it. And if you have those programs out there that are not providing value, cut them. I think there are ways that you can find to cut the money that you need to make the budget balanced. So find a way. That would be my suggestion, and my hope. I hope that you do not pass any more taxes. We just cannot do that right now. Thank you.
Rebecca over here, followed by Jessica. Jessica McCall, if you'll be prepared over here.
I feel a little funny coming up when my husband just spoke and he said a lot of the things that I agree with, as have a lot of people tonight. I only add my personal experience. I was a full-time teacher before I was a full-time mom, and that started 20 years ago, and I've kind of watched for 20 years education kind of going a direction that I question whether or not I even want to come back and teach. But it's not because of the salary. I would come back and teach in a heartbeat for children. So I don't know that a lot of teachers are different than I am. I think really it comes down to how we're spending our money. I could do a lot on very little. Others have mentioned that before. I was also told, you have to spend this money, and I didn't need to. Children don't need a lot of money to learn. I have actually, in the year of COVID, homeschooled because of COVID, and I was able to do very much with very little because I didn't have a lot of money to put into what I was using. Children don't need the whistles and the bells to feel good about what they're learning. They just need to be taught by someone that cares. And that's all I would add.
Jessica, over here, Doran.
Hi, my name is Jessica McCall. This is my first time ever talking to the board. Thank you for your time and listening to us today, and I really hope that you do listen As one of the gentlemen said, taking toll, there's only been 3 people that have wanted this, besides the 7 of you. And I truly was kind of shocked as a new homeowner and as a young mom that you just get to decide without it being voted on by the people of the district. So I was kind of surprised by that you can just say, here's a notice, come to this meeting if you can, and we're gonna tell you yay or nay. So I was really kind of surprised by that. We, as a young family, experienced a great loss of my mom in 2020. We now house my dad, who is retired, and have young children and are thinking of adding more. So with the cost of food and also gas and just hearing about a formula shortage, it makes me question our choice of living here. And that really makes me sad. I graduated in this high school, the second year to graduate Riverton High. And I was very excited to buy my parents' house and move into the neighborhood that I grew up in. But then all of a sudden to get this tax notice that we were going to be paying about $4,500. I was like, oh my gosh, okay. We have all these other things that we want to do for our children, sports and education, and I really think that you putting that increase on us right now when things are so tough would be really hard to swallow. I think that there's a lot of money that the legislation did this year that I've been watching, with so much money, almost $4.5 million. And some of that was to go to counseling, and some of it was to get pay for teachers. And as a former teacher at Westlake High School in Alpine, I know that counselors want to do the best. I know that teachers want to do their best, but it doesn't always end up, the money doesn't always end up in their pockets. And so one solution that I thought of is having the parents come in. I would love to volunteer at a school and be the hall monitor. I would love to go in and clean a bathroom. I can do that. I do it at my house. I can make lunches. I can do things volunteer-wise. And I would love to be there with the students and the children because they are our important thing. I agree with the mom. Please don't take it out of our pockets so that we can do extracurricular for our families. Not this year, please. And also, I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. But I really hope that you really listen to this today. We're grateful for the work that you do. Please find the money from the state that's given it to you, from other resources, and really consider putting parents into the schools to help you with the volunteer work that you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Doran over here, followed by Darian.
Doran Barton is my name. Apologize if I'm bringing stuff up that has already been brought up. I have a severe hearing loss, and I haven't really understood most of what's been said, despite being here since the beginning of the meeting. My first point is I don't think that the schools need to be hiring psychologists and counselors. Anybody who has sought psychological or mental health counseling in the private sector knows that they are booked way out, and it's hard to find that sort of skill to hire, and I'm wondering if the board has considered what hiring those people will do for the private sector, and I'm wondering if something of a reaching out to the private sector is a better solution than just hiring all those counselors and psychologists to be employees in the school. So consider that as an alternative. As a parent who had a suicidal teen for years, I don't want mental health counseling in schools. I wasn't entirely happy with the counseling my daughter got, but at least I hired them and can only blame myself. My advice for the board is to simplify, do more with less, do some cuts across administrative lines. And as I looked through the proposal in the slides at the beginning of the meeting, I didn't see anything to deal with inflation. And so what I get from that is that in a couple of years,
the school board's going to be coming back to the people to say, we need more money to deal with the inflation that we've dealt with the last couple of years. So what about inflation? We're looking at about 10% inflation right now. The way the federal government's been spending money, we're probably looking to see more inflation. But as a citizen within the Jordan School District, I can stomach the district coming to the people and saying, look, we've got 10% inflation, we'll split it with the people. You give us a 5% tax increase, and we'll do a cut across the board to make up the other 5%. That seems fair to me. But I also understand that salary increases were made for teachers with one-time monies, and now you're raising taxes. Part of the tax increase is to fund that ongoing. That seems really irresponsible. And finally, did anybody else think about SpongeBob when they talked about the hall monitors? Thank you.
Thank you, Doran. Darian, over here, followed by Angela.
Hello, my name is Darian Kelch. I live in West Jordan, lived there for 4 years, and my son, who is 5, he's just about to go to school. We take him to a charter school. He's not going to go to Jordan School District, and for this last 4 years I paid taxes to the Jordan School District, and I'm going to continue to pay taxes to the Jordan School District even though I'm not necessarily going to use the service. So I'm being taxed obviously against my will. So I'm definitely against this increase in the tax. I do have some proposals, as you will. I recommend doing some sort of a subscription-based system where those who want to pay extra to the school district can pay that extra, but those who do not want to should absolutely not have to. So Nikki, Jen, Marilyn, Bryce, Matt, Daryl, I encourage you to not vote for this tax increase on account of all these great people here who showed up to say that they do not want the tax increase. Thank you.
Angela, followed by Kathleen over here.
I'm Angela Bush. We've lived in Bluffdale for 11 years, and like so many other stories, we've seen our taxes go up again every year. It's almost doubled in the last 12 years that we've lived there. Just want to make a couple of points. I feel the system is flawed on how it decides how much each family will pay for their portion of these taxes. We have 3 people in our house, 1 child, and just because of the value of our home, which has continued to go up and up, we'll pay over $5,000 this year for our taxes. So I don't think that's right. I would like to see you live within the current budget, looking at all the new construction in this area. I think that will really help. So basically, I'd like to see you live within the budget. I don't think that you should have a higher budget because my house went up in value, and I would like you to vote no. Thank you.
Kathleen, followed by Cherie.
Hi, I'm Kathleen. Thank you for allowing us to speak here tonight. I've lived in Harriman for 30 years. My husband and I built a home that we were hoping to live in until our days were over. I happen to be 73 years old on a fixed income. My property taxes went up $2,000 this year, so we are paying $7,700 for taxes this year, which is pretty unbearable for the income that we have. Our property value increased 50%. If I could put that in the market and get that kind of return, I would just be thrilled to death. I wouldn't have to worry about what kind of property taxes I have to pay. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. I just was going to say, please don't vote for this. And if you do, oh, Bryce, by the way, I wanted to say to you, you had very sincerely or appeared sincerely to say that you would accept suggestions for people that perhaps made negative comments. So I would like to challenge you to accept the suggestions and the volunteer help that the housewives, the CFOs, the accountants have offered to you on a free basis to use perhaps their services and help you achieve your goals. But if you do vote yes for this, I do hope that there is something hidden in your budget to take care of us gray-haired people that you've forced out of our homes with these taxes. Thank you.
Cherie over here, followed by Austin.
My name is Sherry Merkley, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to have my voice heard. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of these people who have been here to have their voices heard, and I appreciate the things that they have said, and I hope that you've heard all of these things that have been said, and I hope that you can understand how devastating this tax increase is on so many people, and at these times that it's so difficult for all of us, that we all are having to look at our budgets and make changes and do without and see how we can make things do with much less. And so I know that I hope that you have heard tonight all of these many different suggestions of things that you may take a look at in order to be able to accomplish things without increasing the taxes. I think there's been a lot of things that have been said that could be of a benefit to you looking at, and I hope that you will look at those things and be able to vote no on this tax increase and find other ways that you can find to accomplish your goals. And thank you very much.
Austin. After Austin, we'll do Alexandria over here.
My name is Austin Alm. I'm a public school teacher. I've been a public school teacher for about a decade, and I also spent 3 years in a private school here in Utah as well. Something about being a public school teacher, I've always had to have a summer job. I've always had to have a second income. There was a couple years ago I was working 4 different jobs besides being a teacher. But guess what I didn't do? I never went to my neighbors and asked if they could pay more taxes so I could get more money. I didn't do that. That's my job. I decided to become a school teacher, which I did. I knew I would have to find another way of getting money. I didn't just go and ask other people for it. Another thing, I heard in your little presentation, you said pandemic instruction has changed the dynamics of today's classroom. We have to retool. Education has changed. No, it hasn't. I've been a teacher through COVID. We've got to stop blaming COVID for everything. You know what? It's reading, it's writing, it's arithmetic. It hasn't changed. If you haven't noticed, most of us in this audience are more educated than our students are now. Why? Because we got the basics. We didn't waste time with all this fluff. We didn't give an iPad to every student. We didn't give a laptop to every student. You want ideas? Here's some ideas. Number 1. Don't give technology to every single student. They don't need it. If they want it, their parents can buy it for them. That's the job of the parents. I don't have to buy an iPad for my neighbor kid. Second of all, I mentioned I worked at a private school. It was a private school of 600 students. One of the most prestigious private schools, too, in the state. They had 1 custodian, 1. Do you know how they did it? The last 10 minutes of the day, the students would grab a vacuum, they'd wipe down some desks. It took seriously 5 minutes for 30 students to do the job of how many custodians. There's one way. Technology I already talked about. I've been in education a while. I have my master's degree in education. I know about all the meaningless district positions we've got to get rid of. We have many people that have said it. All these different positions. We don't need that. We don't need all these different things. It's actually very simple. I don't know if any of you have been teachers before, but it's very simple to educate a child. It's not that difficult. We don't need all these other programs. We don't. I'm doing it in my class. I consider myself a very good teacher. You know, I teach them the basics. I don't spend time on all these other things that we don't need. A lot of people tonight are saying this is not the year for taxes. I'm sorry, but you're all wrong. It is never the year for tax increases. It is never the year for tax increases. We had that gentleman come up and said there's $1 billion going to schools that they're not using. So we don't need you to increase. It's not now. You should never be increasing taxes. There is money. We heard that other guy who said he would look at the budget. Please let him look at the budget. Let experts look at the budget, because there are way too many ways to cut budget. Just because you didn't find it, Bryce, doesn't mean that hundreds of other people can't. We can find ways to cut it. So listen to the public and let us do our jobs to help our own students. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Alexandria over here, followed by Keith. Keith over here.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to comment tonight and listening to everyone. At the beginning of your presentation, you said that you've looked in your budget and you cannot find room for these increases. But so have I. So have all these other people. We cannot find room in our budget for these increases. Like as everyone has said before, this year is terrible. We've had record inflation. Our houses are already going up in value. We've already had to increase our property taxes, but you're asking for more and more and more. So because we're all already having to cut, why are you not cutting too? Why? Why are you increasing at a time like this? And you asked for solutions. I think a good solution would be at minimum a compromise. A 23% increase is ridiculous at any year, but especially this year. And I think what you don't realize is you can have all of these fancy programs. You can have as many programs as you want. That's not going to make up for financial stress on kids at home. Who cares if they have a fancy music program if their parents can't put food on the table? Who cares about these programs if they don't have a house to live in?
Keith, followed by Mark.
Thank you, Board, Dr. Godfrey. First of all, very entertaining tonight. Learned a lot. Shout out to those that are willing to volunteer, although I don't really know if you saw the restrooms in the schools today that you would really want to volunteer. Second, there was a lot of discussion about resource planning, good CFO talk, and good stuff. Resource planning should always include start, stop, continue. So you should always have those discussions. What should we start? What should we stop? What should we continue? So yes, those programs that are not offering value, they have to be re-examined. So that's a basic number 2. And then number 3, read. Good stuff. Good insight. And what I read on the district website is that our school district, Georgia School District, we don't rank the highest as far as getting our proportion of funds from the state. May I suggest, no offense, but we hire a better or more lobbyists to go to the state and get the money that belongs to us. That way, those excess funds can be deployed as needed. Finally, I would just say that I think, if you read the news right now, what's really interesting is all these CEOs, and namely right now the ones that are in the news, the CEO of Google and the CEO of Meta, formerly Facebook. So you got Zuckerberg and you've got the gentleman from Google who are saying to their workforce, we need you to step up. We need you to do more. We need you. And that's a hard thing to hear. I work in the private sector and now I'm an educator. And I didn't get into education for the money. But I do recognize there are people that do need to take care of families, so I respect that as well. But trying to do more with less, understanding what the trade-offs are, and what these CEOs are saying to their people, not only do we want you to work harder, smarter type thing, but they're also saying they're challenging them, which I think is brilliant. They're challenging them to go back to the drawing board, each of their managers and staff, and say, what can we do to work more efficiently? And I think that's just brilliant. And they all know we are headed in very difficult economic times. So it is time to do the belt tightening. It is time to make sacrifices. And yes, the kids do need help. And I don't know where to place, I don't want to blame anybody, but being a teacher, you know the kids need help. And I don't want to blame families, it's just, we all need help.
Thank you, Keith. Mark over here. Mark followed by Holly on this side.
Austin, you are a hard act to follow. That's all I got to say, buddy.
He pretty much said it all right when he was up here. Just kind of a recap, I guess. Fact, we're not stupid. We know that you got a lot of fat in your budget. We knew that you were going to start out with the teachers need more money. And you know what? Teachers do need more money. But every time we vote teachers need more money, all of a sudden, a nice big school gets built, or somebody gets a raise, or let's put a projector in every single room. Fact. You guys have a lot of fat in your budget. I have a lot of clients that are engineers and architects, and I see your schools being designed before they're even built. They're ridiculous. Some schools look better than a junior college. When I was in school, I'm 57 years old. I think I turned out okay. We pushed a television on a cart into a room to watch whatever we had to watch. We didn't have them coming out of the sky in every single room. Plus, we didn't have all these languages. You want to take Chinese, actually it's Mandarin to be exact. You want to take Portuguese? College. That's what college is all about. I don't want to pay somebody's kid to take Mandarin or Portuguese. Why? Where are the basics that we used to have? Okay, I'll get off that topic because everything's been said. But Bryce, I think he may have put a noose around your neck. You said, we want to hear, we're relishing any good ideas you have. There are a lot of smart people here, and they have some killer ideas to make this happen without raising our taxes. And if you vote to raise our taxes and ignore these brilliant ideas, how are you going to justify that? Perhaps we should take a vote, and if you guys should keep your jobs after you vote if we get our taxes raised. Let's make that deal.
Thank you, Mark. Holly, followed by Brent over here.
Well, all right. So my name's Holly Allen, and I have lived in West Jordan for 20 years. By profession, I am a psychometrician, but in addition, I do econometrics, and so I do cost-benefit analyses. It's super interesting. Let me tell you, my life is the most boring thing you'll ever encounter. But as part of being a researcher, as part of being a statistician, as part of looking into what investments to make on a personal level, I'm also married to a CPA, I do my homework. And so in looking at what the board is proposing to do, I did my homework. It's been out for a while. This hasn't been thrown at me. I had the time to look up some statistics. On average across our nation, the teacher turnover rate is 16%. Jordan School District is 9.7. Surrounding districts, 11%. One of the reasons for this and why this is so meaningful to children is because we've made a point to invest in teacher salaries, teacher benefits, and support for teachers like coaches and mentors, which they desperately need to improve. Because of this, statistically speaking, what we have done in lowering this turnover rate is save $12,000 per new hire, an estimate of $2,175,000 per year savings because you're not making as many new hires, because it's estimated by Barnes and Schaefer that it costs $12,000 for a suburban district to hire a new teacher. That's in training, that's in all of the things that we have to do to onboard a new teacher. What this means is 1,800 more elementary students will have an experienced teacher. 6,000 more secondary students will have an experienced teacher because we're willing to pay for this. Over time, one bad teacher costs a child in their lifetime $50,000. What you've saved me as a parent, because they've had good teachers every year, is $100,000. On my $20,000 investment, that's much better than my portfolio is doing right now. So thank you.
This is a better return on investment than anything we can do. When a country's economy is at a downturn, they up their education and they're successful. This is the best time to do an increase. And I appreciate your consideration for the facts, for the science, and for the statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Brent over here, followed by James.
I made a special effort to get here. It kind of is hard to walk on crutches. But I hope your minds have not been made up. I hope you've listened to what's been said tonight. Our property values have gone up, which gives you more revenue. And I would encourage you to work within the revenue that you've been given and not ask for increases. We've heard from many seniors, you know, the first Justice of the Supreme Court said, when you have the right to tax, you have the right to crush. That's profound. The seniors are going to be crushed because of inflation, because of property valuations going up, and because of this tax increase. You will crush. And that's not right. So I hope your minds are not made up. I hope you really consider not crushing seniors. There have been great ideas here tonight. I loved Mr. Duke saying, I'll come look at your budget. I bet he can look at your budget and do some mighty fine things with it. I got the sense he's a smart guy. I hope your minds are not made up. I hope you listen to the people. Inflation is crushing all of us. We're all tightening our belts. The Jordan School District needs to tighten its belt. Thank you for your service. Please vote no.
James over here, followed by Stanley. If you could be prepared over here.
I'm James Boyer. Thanks for this opportunity to express a couple of thoughts. I won't take the whole 3 minutes. Just want to express that I've raised a bunch of children in this school district. 5 of my children are now raising their own children in the Jordan district. And I watch them make all those day-to-day decisions with budgets and things, and I want to add one more voice. There have been some great voices advocating for parents having time, being less stressed, being able to take care of their children themselves and give their own counseling to their children rather than working 2, 3, 4 jobs. I'm at the point in life where I could advocate for retirement, but I'm more mindful of my kids and their struggles and the struggles that I've heard expressed so well here tonight. What it comes down to me is, like the gentleman just before me, I'm hoping that you are listening to all these great ideas and all these people that are really concerned, because this really does impact some people really, really hard. And if this board isn't responsive, I feel like maybe we're getting to a point where we will be responsive, and we will have something like a Prop 13 come up in Utah that will put an end to these things and finally put a lid on our tax rates with our homes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We're going to have Stanley over here, and then this board is going to take a brief bathroom break, and then we will continue. Stanley, if you'll be our last one. Stanley Cram. All right, we will take a brief as quickly as possible, 10, 15 minutes. As soon as the board comes back, we will resume. if you read the agenda or if you read instructions, that there may have been a reduction of 2 minutes at the 4:30 mark, 8:30 mark. We are not going to do that. We will continue with the 3 minutes. We have about 20 people left. Ryan Horn is going to begin. If Ryan, you'll be on this microphone and begin to be ready as soon as I have a board. Yeah.
I'm ready.
You're ready? And then I need Rhonda over here. If you've got about another, it'll take us about another hour to get through 20 people. I promise there will be a vote. Some people have questioned. There will be a vote. Microphones will be on. I will call for a roll call vote so everyone can hear exactly how the vote goes.
The vote's required by law. Because the law requires it.
All right, we will begin with Ryan, who is ready to go, and Rhonda, if you'll be prepared over here, we will resume. You may still have the 3 minutes you were allotted previously. We have about 20 left, and then we will conclude.
So my name is Ryan Horn. I'd like to start out with a quote that I'm sure you're all super familiar with, which is, "The necessity is the mother of invention." And the necessity is that we actually cut the budget so that we don't see these hikes go up. And I think the voice of the people has already been clearly stated tonight that we are all strongly opposed to this increase. By profession, I'm in the outsourcing industry, which means we live on the margins. My sales team has not seen any type of cost of living increase in 4 years. So the fact that we're trying to give teachers a cost of living increase right now is actually bad, given all that's going on. The outsourcing industry has a turnover rate of about 45%. Last year, my team's turnover rate was 15%. And it's not because we're the highest paid people. It's because of the culture and the development and the skills that we help our people have and the opportunity for growth. And so if you can provide opportunities for your teachers to grow skills and have an enjoyable work environment, you don't have to pay them as much. Now, I'm not saying that teachers aren't worth paying, because I believe they are. But not all the teachers are worth paying as well. So, let's identify who actually is worth paying, and it shouldn't be based upon tenure. It should be based upon the quality of the product. So as a parent, I actually have seen the quality of my children's education drop to the point where my wife is going to be homeschooling our 2 youngest children because we don't like the quality of product that we're getting. We just need to get back to the basics: reading, writing, math, English, and please, can we teach our kids to think for themselves? I don't want my kids indoctrinated, which is what I feel like is going on right now. And the audacity that you guys have to ask for more money to teach what I don't think should be taught is appalling. So you asked for some suggestions. How about you eliminate subscriptions? Because that's a huge part of what you guys are paying, and you don't get anything other than what you get out of the year. If you were to hire someone to develop something, you could actually sell that to other school districts and actually turn that into a potential revenue stream. So the other suggestion I would have, let's get technology out of the elementary schools and the middle schools. Let's save that for high school. Lots of studies are out there that says giving technology to young children makes them dumber.
Thank you, Ryan. Rhonda.
Hello. I know most of you. I've had conversations with most of you. I helped vote 2 of you in because I moved partway through while you've been in. And I know that you are good people, and you love our children, and you love our teachers, and you hope to do the best things for the citizens. Bryce, you said earlier that the $30 million isn't hiding in your budget someplace. The problem is, every dollar you get from every source comes from the pockets of the citizens, and we don't have it in our budgets either. On my street, I live in kind of an older part of South Jordan. There are 29 homes. Of that 29 homes, 15 homes have people on fixed incomes. I had conversations with them 3 or 4 years ago when we had the earlier truth and taxation hearing. And at that time, before the last increase, they told me they were already paying more in taxes to stay in their house at that point than they had for their whole yearly mortgage when they bought the house. It is forcing people out of their homes. I heard some talk about some proposed legislation to allow exemptions for people on fixed incomes to not have to foot these increases. That's not going to solve the problem, though. That just defers it and makes it more intense on the rest of us, too. We really need to solve the problem. It's kind of the Dave Ramsey thing. You don't have an income problem, you have a spending problem, that kind of thing. Probably all of you at some point have been poor college students. I know most of us probably have been at least poor, if not poor college students. And there were years in there that we scraped to get through, and it was fine because we knew it wasn't going to stay that way forever. I'm asking you guys to treat this as some of your college years in your budget. You can scrape. It's not going to be forever, but this year, I think you need to scrape. There are some ideas, some suggestions I have on cutting expenses. One is, there is a thing where people who want to pay more can. It's a place on your tax form. You can write it tax exempt. Push that, really push that. Some people do want to and can afford more, and that is a great option. That should be spread. Another is, I know there's a big increase in homeschool students. I remember from the last Truth and Taxation hearing that it takes 7 households to fund 1 public ed student. Surely if we have this many more homeschool students, you have that much more money. I know on my street we have 13 homes with that age children. 7 homes have started homeschooling on just my street.
Thank you, Rhonda.
So, all right.
I didn't mention that Bridget was next. You're in place? Fantastic. You, Bridget? After Bridget, we will have Heather over here.
Oh, sorry. I'm just here to mostly address some of the things that you guys presented in your argument before. First thing was you're saying a lot are asked of teachers, which is true. But most of that is being asked by you or the powers that be, whoever it is, that require the different requirements that they have to meet, whether it's the testing that they have to, deal with, or just different things that the teachers have to meet in addition to what they used to do with teaching. Some of that's been added on the last few years, and that's the biggest strain for them and the biggest ask for them, and those are the things that need to be taken away from them, is the extra management that they weren't asked to do before. I also don't feel that you need to hire as many assistant principals as you think. My principal, I worked at a school, and that principal was gone a lot, a large percentage, most of the week. So they had an assistant principal that shared with another school. Keep the principals in your schools, quit taking them away. The assistant principals, I love the assistant principal, but we had 3 in a 3-year time period. That's not consistent for the school culture, for employees, students, or families. Keep the principals in your schools. You mentioned administrative interns. I don't know exactly what that means. Is that a private secretary for administrators? Why don't we draw on the different colleges that have intern programs, bring them in for free, and utilize that? You know, those interns get a benefit and we get a benefit from that. I'd argue that support staff don't leave the law all the time because of pay. Like I mentioned, was the support staff. The pay was great. A lot of the time those are part-time jobs. It works really great for moms that are just looking for something during the day. I left because of the culture. I was invisible at the school. Support staff isn't recognized. Support staff isn't really part of the school. They're just there to help. We come in quietly, we leave quietly. I didn't feel like it was a really great place to work myself. You mentioned you want full-time office staff. That's understandable. I'm sure you have a lot of employees that would like to go full-time and get the benefits, but that's a want. That's not a need. You have people that would fill the positions part-time. You don't need to add extra benefits to a position like that when right now you can't afford to. Someone else mentioned $2 million in a budget on marketing. I looked at the Facebook page recently to see about this meeting, and I didn't see anything on the Jordan School District Facebook page. I know it was on the website, but nothing on the Facebook page. Utilize that more. Okay, I guess that's
Thank
it.
you, Bridget. Heather? After Heather, we're going to do Mark over here.
So you all have a trusted responsibility with the public's money. You are elected to give the utmost consideration to where it goes. But you haven't even done the research to know who is funding and driving the things being thrust onto you. The major outside organizations coming in through back doors. Take the funding for the retreats and such and reallocate it. School counselors, a lot of them are not licensed psychologists. You are playing with fire. Some of you don't even understand where the money comes from. You've stated that the money you were flush with from COVID grants was a free handout. Nothing is free, and it always comes with strings attached. That is taxpayer money that you are now asking to be paid back. You used our kids as pawns to get it. It's in your own documents that some of you didn't even read. Stop asking hardworking people for more and more and more. The programs implemented sound so good, they come with a lot of fluff, but they come with a very dark underbelly. Your responsibility is to do your research. I would highly suggest to you and every single person here to read the book called The Invincible Family. It is a deep dive into the takeovers of our schools, who is funding the programs, why, and what the ultimate goal is. You need to know that. I challenge every single one of you to read it. You obviously have no idea. Cities are raising taxes on top of what you're asking. My city of Bluffdale is raising it 31%. You cannot just print money out of thin air and keep asking people for more. You are public servants. Somehow we've all forgotten this and how it's supposed to work. You answer to us. You don't answer to your administrators and whatever else. You're accountable to every single one of us because we're paying you. If you have a conscience, you will vote no.
Mark over here, followed by Jared Lott over here.
All right, so thank you, Heather. I'll face her in 2 weeks as I'm on the City Council of Bluffdale, and that's going to face my consequences of our choice whether to raise taxes. But there, we're talking about paying for police and fire. We're not talking about, what is this, an instructional coach or psychologist? These aren't necessary. These don't help save lives. These are things that are not important. And we don't need to provide these services and programs that clearly here nobody wants. Because once a program comes in, we can't get rid of them. Once these taxes go up, you're never decreasing your taxes. You're never going to do that. Once a program's in, you can't get rid of them. We don't want them. You're proposing to increase services to help children with mental health problems when it's the school and these programs and these counselors that are causing these mental health problems. You have no right to talk about anything about therapy related and mental health related in a school. That is a crime. If it happens in this school district, I will sue because it is a crime and you cannot do that in schools. It's not appropriate, it's not your job, again, quoting prior speakers, it's my job. It's my job to counsel for my children. It's my job to provide them the services that they need. It's your job to teach them math, history. How about we teach them the U.S. Constitution? That's not me talking anyway. It's talking about the freedoms we have and not ignore them. That's the job of the school. It's my job to provide the additional services that the children need, not you. Do not touch my child. Do not provide them services. Do not talk about them in mental health. That's my job. CRT, none of your business. Stay out. We don't need more administrators. I grew up, my school never had a vice principal. You don't need more vice principals to do more bureaucratic work, more problems. But that's not their job. Teach and get out. You don't need to have all these other programs and all the other administrators that are doing things. Hall monitors and social workers and therapists and psychologists. It's not the role of the school. You don't need to do that. We need less administrators. We need less government. Again, coming from someone who is the government and who is a council member, we need less government for things that are not necessary. We can cut libraries. We don't need books anymore. No one reads a book on research online. We don't need pornography in our schools, as I said before. It's time to pull back on things that are not needed. And lastly, again, we need parents, not programs. We need parents, not more principals of schools. It's our job to tell the schools what to teach, not to be told what you're trying to tell on us. Thanks.
Jared Lott over here. Robert, I don't have a last name, just Robert. You'll be over here.
I'm Jared Lott. I'm from Riverton, Utah. Read something real quick here. I just wanted to pose a few questions to the board members before I make my few statements. Do you guys have statistics or statisticians that help you by chance with some of your budgeting? And do you have CPAs accordingly that look through your budget lines? As many other people have already asked that, I'm assuming that's something that happens there. But on top of that, do you actually have somebody that is an efficiency expert that works with the board to help you make decisions on where to trim excess, to where to find there are efficiencies to happen? That's what I do for my job for Utah and Idaho, for my corporation of 13 stores. I have a budget of $2 million. I have 7 managers, 8 managers, and then I have 70 people that work underneath them. My whole job is to make sure that we're efficient in what we do, that we do what we can for them to have the tools. Is that happening? That's not necessarily rhetorical. I know you're not going to answer me. The second thing I wanted to make a statement of, a couple people have walked up and just said, you've already made your mind up. Forgive my naivety for this. I've never done this. I've never been at one of these council meetings. If that is the case, and this is by law that we must vote tonight for this, why didn't you give us other options? Where were the other plans? Where was the other thing that you were going to present? 2, 3, 4 other things that you counseled together with these experts to find where you were going to do something. You spoke for 12 minutes, individually, 1 minute at a time, and a few others. 12 minutes to ask for $30 million. $30 million, 12 minutes. $2.5 million a minute to justify us. And that's 300,000 people in Jordan School District. That's 58,000 students that you need $30 million you don't have in your budget. We heard from 2 individuals offering their services to help you. The one specifically, the CPA, that's what he does is tax things, and said we have $1 billion. This is not a rhetorical question. Are you aware of that in the state of Utah, that is available to be petitioned for, submitted for, lobbied for? Do you know that? Did you? I didn't know that, but you should know that as our board members. And if you didn't, and this is the only option you're giving us, raise your taxes, $30 million for all these things. I'm going to bring this down to what I do. Root cause analysis for everything I do for my efficiencies for my company. What is the root cause of this? You want more money. You have these desires and these needs, and I'm not going to justify our opinion on those, whether you're a senior or whether you're someone that has children in the school district. I have 4. My point is, the root cause, you want money. Have you done an analysis to figure out where you could find that? Or give us the 3% as is standard, or 4%, like has it been years past, and others have said it's been significantly more than that. Have you found where you can find an efficiency to move things around to come up with at least half of that money? None of those plans were presented. That's unfortunate. Do the right thing. if you are a yes or no on this tonight, it should be no to look at a different plan and options that we know about.
Thank you,
Not
Jared.
keep us in the dark.
Robert. After Robert, it'll be Ryan Kidman.
Hi, my name is Robert Pratt. Apparently the only person that filled out the form wrong. Anyways,
What's his last name?
I can hear me fine.
Hey, Robert, what was your last name?
Robert Pratt.
Thank you.
Yep.
You spell that?
P-R-A-T-T. So the one question I have, there's a lot of brain power in this room. Don't disregard that. There's a lot of talent here from a lot of people. But I find myself asking, knowing that these meetings have gone on like this for, since almost the beginning of time, will these meetings ever stop? Will there ever be enough money? The answer seems to be no. But I hope there would be a point where someone would say there's enough. There's questions on accountability. The question's been brought up before. We've had these meetings before, and we'll watch buildings get brought up. We won't see books show up, and we won't see teacher salaries go up. We see it get stuck in the top half of the management system, and that seems to be pretty general. When I've asked why it shows up in buildings and not classrooms by people who know, they tell me that it's earmarked for different things. But here we learned that there's $1 billion just laying around, apparently. I have some concern personally that under the right circumstances, $1 billion wouldn't be enough. We'd find some way to go through that. It'd be great for the first year, 2 or 3, and once you got used to $1 billion, you'd be like, man, what am I going to do without $1 billion? It seems like that. I went to a private school in 2nd grade 1 year. I was ahead of all of my peers for probably 2.5 years, depending on the subject. And they paid the least. They spent the least per capita of any school I went to. It was brought to my attention later. So money, I'm convinced, isn't the whole thing. My kids could all read before they went to kindergarten. Their teacher would ask what they're going to teach them because they knew everything that was on the curriculum for the year. And then they end up in a school that just kind of doesn't know how to work with them. So again, and we didn't pay anyone to teach them. They just played with fridge magnets and who knows what. I don't really know why they learned to read, but they knew their letters and it was just around and something for them to play with. We see programs, some have mentioned some of the programs. Time flies when you're talking, it seems longer. There's some concern, you talk about these different laundry lists. We talk about psychologists. The funny thing is when you pay for something, even if it's difficult, you have a better chance of getting what you want. When government pays for something for you, you get what the government wants you to have. And even if it was your money to start with, you don't get to choose. And so we could easily end up with psychologists that we don't want. And it's not too crazy to say at this point that we see it in other states. And I'm aware of it in this district. There's some things going on that I strongly disapprove of. So it's presented as a service. I see it as something that can easily be weaponized, and I guess that's my time.
Thank you, Robert. Ryan over here. Following Ryan, we'll do Linda Crane.
So my name is Ryan Kidman. I'm a autism dad of one and a special needs son of another. And my kids go to Talinda Elementary. A couple years ago, the school district wanted to rip my children out of Talinda to go to another school because their school didn't have enough students in this autism program. And able to stop that, I had to call an attorney to call the special ed department to stop that. And that this is in last year in December, my son stood up on the bus. A car cut off the bus. His head went through the windshield. We picked him up from the school, from the bus, and we took him to the Jordan Valley ER. He didn't have a concussion, thank goodness. But the problem was that the special ed department and the school district refused, since December of 2021, for an aide on a special needs bus for my son so he can be safe on the bus. And the explanation was that there's seat belts on the bus. That doesn't help with an autism child who doesn't understand critical thinking and reasoning skills and needs an aide on the bus to tell them to sit down. And I'm not from Utah. I'm actually from Wisconsin, from Milwaukee Metro. And our high school is listed as one of the top 500 high schools in the USA since 1995, and still present there. And it's because they have honors classes, AP classes. Their choir has won national awards. Their band has won national awards. They have relationships with Juilliard, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. They have public-private partnerships for psychiatrists, social workers, PT, OT, and speech. They have public-private partnerships for transportation. They have public-private partnerships for everything. They had one of the richest auto dealerships pay for a scoreboard with their name on it, just like you see at the Vivint. The thing that I don't like is that we need to limit salaries on top admin officials or ask them to take a pay cut. Because I am a healthcare administrator. I get reimbursed by Medicaid, and I've been asking for 15 years for a pay increase from the state, and that hasn't happened yet. And so if I can't take a pay increase, then neither should the top admin officials. Thank you.
Linda, and then following Linda, Nicole.
Okay. All right. You guys need to just go back and try harder. When you walked back in from the break, you were carrying a little black thing with a lid. Did we pay for that, or did you bring your snack? Because if you had to have a snack only being here for 3 hours, that's a waste of money, okay? There's 5 police officers here. We're pretty calm. I think 3 would have been more than enough. So if you're paying for that, you wasted some money right there. There's a lot of waste in our schools. I worked in Jordan School District for over 9 years. Have you ever been to a school at the end of the year and seen all of the stuff that the teachers throw out? A lot of schools will put tables in the hall and they can just throw it out there and hope somebody will take it. Most of it ends up in the trash. I have seen new reading programs. I was a literacy aide. I saw new reading programs come in and then you just throw away the other ones. 95% was thousands and thousands of dollars in every single school to put that in there. You talked about how not every student can learn from one program. That program is so scripted, and as I would test these kids, the same kid would not be able to pass the test 1, 2, 3 times. And yet when I had to go back and teach him that same thing again, it was exactly the same thing, the same stories, the same thing, because it was so scripted. Guess what? Still didn't get it. We had a great principal. She let me go pull in Reading Horizons, which is an old program. And we taught him that way. He got it, and he moved on. They have learned in the school that going back to the basics by just teaching phonics is actually helping our kids to become better readers. We know how to teach phonics. We have been doing that forever. I know how to do phonics. I had a child that struggled in school. I bought a program, and I taught him we were year-round, so during his breaks and during summer break, I worked with him personally. I didn't expect the school to do it all. I did it myself. He graduated top of his class by high school. He caught up. You also are in this saying that you want to move social workers from part-time to full-time. Why do we have social workers? Call DCFS. We've got government programs to do that. We don't need this in our schools. Right? You want to have more vice principals and pay your office full-time. If you're going to have a vice principal in the school, you shouldn't need more full-time people in the office. She can help in the office. I worked in a media center. I got pulled into the office all the time to help with things. I'm not schooled to do that, but I did it. I could answer phones. I could help out with attendance. I can write down what lunch they want. There's other ways to do it. They don't need to be full-time. We don't need to do that. You do a retreat with your teachers and you go clear to St. George. Why aren't you just staying here and using this building? Why are you going to St. George? They go there, I don't know if district people go there too, but we need to cut the little things out because it will add up to be a lot. And I hope you vote this down because this is ridiculous.
Linda. Nicole over here. Following Nicole, it'll be Paul Sullivan.
Okay, thank you so much for all you guys do trying to manage our school district. As you all know, I don't like to show up with just complaints, so I brought you some solutions. I spend a lot of time in our schools, so let me start with this. Please, please, please pay our teachers first. The rest of the expenses presented tonight are unnecessary. You said during the presentation you can't find places to cut. So, let's start with social emotional surveying. You survey our secondary students about their emotional health and relationships with adults inside the school, but parents aren't allowed to see those results and know just how their children are faring. That's a small expense, but you can get rid of it and it will solve more than just a financial problem. According to the state auditor's office, Jordan spends more money on community services, also known as social programs, than most districts like ours. Out of 10 districts closest to us, Jordan is the 8th highest. Cutting that budget by just 1/3 would bring it in line with comparable districts like Alpine, Canyons, Granite, Davis, etc. That would free up $10 million. Let's stop turning our schools into social services and keep them as educational services. As for the remaining $20 million, the large majority of these kids do not need more counselors. They need their parents. They need parents to be more involved, and they need connection with their parents. Let's get innovative. Before we hire more counselors, let's create behavior modification and social health structures that require parents to be invested in the health of their children. There are private services for those that really need that, and their parents can and should be the ones attending those with their children. The schools are horribly equipped to truly support children who are really struggling. The parents are the best support for their own kids and should be actively invested in getting them help. For the few that don't have parents supporting them, there are already multiple counselors in every secondary school and part-time counselors in almost every single elementary school. Let's have parents start being accountable for raising their children. Before the district increases taxes, every administrative department should be required to provide a breakdown of their budget and the areas they can cut or decrease, along with the anticipated implications of those reductions. Then decisions can be made where cuts are appropriate, and there are plenty. It didn't take me long to find $10 million. You've been offered many solutions and services today from parents and the public. This board constantly points out their ability to be innovative and creative, so let's do it. Let's work with parents and the public and get some solutions rolling and vote no on this tax increase tonight so we can come up with a reasonable one later. Thanks.
Paul Sullivan over here. After Paul, we'll do Carl over here.
My wife has been a school teacher in Jordan School District for 15 years. I can honestly tell you that the basics work. Get rid of all of the BS reading programs, all of the crap that the state and the federal government wants you to teach. Go back to the basics. That's it. Cut the fat. You're telling me you have a budget of $270 million? I can tell you right now that there is 20 to 30% of garbage, wasted money in there. You can't tell me that there isn't. In fact, I will double my contribution to Jordan School District if you can tell me that it isn't going to go for some desk or floor mat for some uppity up echelon administrator. Thank you.
Carl over here, Kelsey over here.
Kelsey's my daughter, and she had to leave, so you can scratch her. Hold
on, Paul. With no Kelsey, or you're Carl.
I'm Carl Faulkner.
With no Kelsey, let's do Hannah over here. I just wanted to get her set.
Sure. Okay. I'm Carl Faulkner.
Start his time over.
Okay. Carl Faulkner. I work for public utility, and I've kind of seen how some of these budget things works and for the government. But the thing I look at is, things have changed in where I work over the years. I remember when I first got into the department I'm in right now, we used to be a little more extravagant on things. We used to replace workstations pretty frequently. We used to replace our vehicles, our maintenance vehicles. We used to do all of those on a little quicker rotation, but things have gotten tighter and we've had to become more accountable. We have to have public hearings just like you guys do, and justify increases in our billing as well, and our taxes. And the one thing that I have noticed over the years is the people that have managed in our district, we've changed how we do things a little bit. We've gotten smarter with our money. We've started rotating through vehicles a lot less, rotating when they need them. We've even, one of our larger expenditures was a new truck that normally would cost us $250,000 for that piece of equipment, but we searched around, we found a really good used one that didn't have a lot of miles on it, and we saved ourselves about $70,000 on that. There are ways to cut things. I think what this board needs to do is they need to look at, instead of looking at what they'd like to see and what they'd like to have, they need to look at what they need to get, what they can do without, what we can cut. We need to be a little more thrifty. And you need to work a little more for us. A lot of us, I got 38 years in my job, and I'm looking at probably not being able to retire till I have 42. Now, the thing is when I slip into that fixed income, this property tax is, I've worked my butt off to pay my house off and to put myself in a position that I can retire. But you guys keep increasing my property tax. I'm never going to fully retire. I'm going to have to work part-time just to pay my damn property tax. So, yeah, I get a little frustrated. I think it's time for you guys to show us that you do work for us. Do your jobs. And I don't know who put this budget together, but that you need to go back to the drawing board and maybe look at those things and try and manage a little smarter. Work smarter, not harder.
Kelsey. Following Kelsey, we'll do Hannah.
Hannah.
Oh, sorry.
Hannah Peltier.
Following Hannah, we'll do Corey. Sorry.
I know it's getting to be a long night, isn't it? Yes, Hannah Peltier. Thank you guys for being here. I know you have to, but I guess at least we get a chance to speak our mind, even if you've already made up yours. Nikki, you look like you need to go to bed. I'm so sorry. And then you seem to actually care because you're taking notes. So I don't know what that's about, if that's just to keep you awake too, but thanks for taking notes. And Daryl, I can't tell what you're doing, but maybe Facebook surfing? It is again.
I can provide you my notes after.
Thanks. And I know, Matt, you just said you're not running again, so it doesn't matter how you vote because you don't have to answer to us. I was trained as an educator. I have raised 3 kids and homeschooled them for most of their education, so I saved you guys a whole lot of money. I was here for the last tax meeting, whatever, and it was really discouraging when you guys came out and you had already written your responses, and to sit here and realize that, I really don't have a chance of changing minds, it doesn't seem, but I sure hope maybe that somebody's listening tonight and that you will consider everything that everybody has said. If you really care about our input, we didn't get a response to our email to our representative, and that's not appropriate if you don't care. If you say you care about our input. And also if you can send beautiful shiny brochures to tell us about these wonderful schools you're building, but you can't send a little postcard that says we're considering a 23% increase, here's a meeting that you can come to actually, plan ahead and think. You gave us 15 minutes to come up with better solutions, and I think we've had a lot of really good suggestions tonight. And so, Bryce, I really hope you don't make yourself a liar by saying that you want to hear those suggestions, but not consider any of them. Yeah, I realize you may need to increase taxes at some point, but you need to go back to the drawing board. And you need to start over. You need to take these suggestions of people who are willing to walk the halls and are told they're not allowed to. I just graduated my last year, and I'm trying to figure out what to do with myself. And I would love to come into the schools and help with kids. Give us that opportunity.
Corey, and then after Corey, Steve.
Okay, my name's Corey Fairholm, and I want to thank you for allowing us to speak, and I want to thank you for all that you do for the children in our school district, because you're here for the kids, so I appreciate that. I've had 4 children who have attended, been educated, and have graduated from the schools in Jordan School District. They received wonderful education. Several of them had to receive special services to help them, and I appreciate the teachers, the principals, and the staff that helped each one of those students be successful. And there are parents in the school volunteering to be of assistance to the teachers, and I was one of those parents. As a community member, we have the responsibility to make sure all of our children receive an education and to provide them with the services to help them become valuable citizens in our community. We need to make sure these children stay out of jail, stay away from drugs, and we definitely need to decrease the rate of suicide in our children. These children deserve the best by providing services to help with mental health. These students are the ones who will be working in the nursing homes, the assisted livings, the hospitals. They're the ones that are going to be the paramedics, the doctors that will take care of each one of us in this room in the future. Every one of you in this room has received an education and received services to be able to be who we are, to have the job that we have, and to be here today. Our children deserve the right to receive the best education possible to be able to be successful in their lives. One suggestion maybe is to not have such a high increase rate, but maybe to have a more reasonable increase rate, and that is something to be considered. I thank you for your time.
Steve, and then following Steve, Derek.
Don't you all just love being lectured to by the school board? Don't you know it's your fault that they don't have enough money? I heard nothing about creative solutions that they came up with to save this district money. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was how they needed more money after they raised our taxes already in 2019, just 3 years ago. We talk about hall monitors. Why aren't we asking reserve police officers and retired police officers and former military people who actually carry real guns to be our hall monitors? The fact is, no amount of money will ever be enough for you guys. It won't. Our state of Utah had a $1.6 billion surplus, most of which was state income tax. That's enough money to write a check for every household in this state for $1,600. Where's the money going? And I heard a few teachers speak out in support of this tax increase. Guess what? The taxes will go up. You ain't gonna see any of the money. This is ridiculous. And I know you guys have already decided and made up your mind. Last time I complained about this to one of your board members, where we were talking about raising taxes before, they told me to just basically shut up and deal with it. You guys aren't sincere with your efforts to cut any spending. If you ask your talented principals, many of which are actually very talented people, if you went to them and said, what can you do to save money? You have the people, ask them how to do it. Thank you.
Derek, and then after Derek, Steve.
Thank you guys again, always, for letting me have the time to speak. Truth in taxation. Doesn't seem like a lot of truth in this. I mean, you already have the lowest turnover rate. Why do we have to pay everyone more, even though I do not disagree with the paying teachers appropriately? I mean, that accompanied with the fact that you want to close my school, I mean, it's just a huge kick in the teeth, and I'm sure all you guys would feel the same way, that if they were threatening to close your school once you got that notice, you wouldn't be happy at all. Where are my kids going to go? Majestic is a elementary arts program. Westland's an Alp school. I mean, you want my kids to cross 2 major roads when they have a neighborhood school that they can go to. You're putting kids, I think, lives in jeopardy at that point. I don't think you needing this money to pay for these rising increase. I think it's mismanaged funds. You guys have built 3 new schools with no bonds being issued, with 2 on the books with no bonds being talked about. I thought that's kind of how we did things when we took care of a school, when we had a growing area. I'm one of 35,000 homes in the West Jordan city that come to this district out of 87,000. You guys need our tax money to take care of this. And all of our money is being spent down south. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm sick of funding Harriman and Riverton schools. Take care of West Jordan. You've left them neglected and dilapidated for years and years. And now you just want to say, close it down, who cares? We don't want to deal with it anymore. The last school to be built in West Jordan was in 1982. West Jordan Elementary, that you want to close down, that you said was a temporary school that with the promise to rebuild. Another failed promise. I don't have any faith in anything that you say this money is going towards. Like again, I said, it's money you've already spent. You need to get that back. You talk about my school costing $32 million rebuild, and you brag about the fact that you built one for $19 million. Which one is it? Is it $32 million or $19 million? Maybe you guys do need more analysts involved in this to figure out what it really is. Just, we want real truth in the numbers that we're seeing, because we're never going to be able to get to the bottom of it when we're being misled every step of the way. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Steve, and then following Steve, Deborah.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your service today to listen to our concerns and our needs. And I want to thank everyone in the Granite's where I grew up, Jordan School District, the employees that come each day and do their best and make positive impacts in their service. I just want to leave with, I believe there's always something discretionary that can be cut. I don't know what that number is, but there is always something discretionary that can be cut. The amount that's being proposed today at 23% in this Truth and Taxation hearing is, in my opinion, negligent at best. And the timing, as others have commented, are just terrible. It feels like being kicked while you're down on the ground. And I know that the others that are still here feel that way. You know, so my experience, a little bit about my experience to what I can bring on this. And I'm sure it's our experience collectively of those that are still around. Even though I've received increases in my salary, inflation has eroded my buying power. So inflation adjusted, I am now back to 2017 levels of buying power. And that's assuming no increase at Jordan with the property taxes. With a 23% increase, my buying power is going even further and further down. I know that if I went into a Zoom call with my boss and asked for a 23% increase to maintain my standard of living, I'd be laughed off the call. You know? So I'm asking you to really take a hard look at an alternative. So one of my, let's just real quickly, I believe you can do better, and we've offered to help. One of my favorite scenes, movie scenes, is in Apollo 13, where they get into a disastrous situation, and they come out there, and the engineers come in, and they say, we got to do this with nothing but that. And they throw the things out on the table, and they make a solution. I believe we can do that. We've had offers to help, and I believe that that we can do it with less than a 23% increase. So I'm challenging you to go forward today, not with a 23% increase, but with a 15% increase. And your tagline says, lead, inspire, and educate. I'm asking you to show leadership by making tough cuts. I'm showing you to inspire us and our children with your creativity and problem-solving skills that address our concerns. And I'm asking you to educate our children with an example of excellent fiscal discipline. If you proceed with the 23% increase, you may as well just change the tagline from lead, educate, inspire to lead, educate, inspire, and spend other people's money. Thank you.
Deborah over here, followed by Jeff.
Good evening it is. Board members and Superintendent Godfrey, thank you for taking this time to listen to all of us. One thing I want to talk about, I spent 25 years of my life driving a bus for Jordan School District and loved it. I have a lot of respect for Jordan. I was president of the association for quite a few years. And so I've worked with board members and different things like that. And the thing that I want to give to you is, and this sounds really wrong, but I really feel like it's mismanaged. There's a lot of people in the district that say they're going to school, so the district pussyfoots around these people so they can do their homework on my nickel, not show up for work, and then they need them to do different things, but they can't because they have to go to school. I'm sorry, Jordan School District, you work for Jordan School District, you work for Jordan School District, you go to school on your own time. Another thing is, I really feel like some of these positions are overloaded. If you go back and your tech people can do it, and see who's playing games on their computers, who's watching movies. If they don't have enough work to keep them busy in their job, are they really needed? You know, I think the district in some levels is overloaded. My friend who needs a friend whose aunt has this cousin who, well, I'll talk to them and I'll get you a job at Jordan School District. We're sorry if it's just cutting or counting paper clips, but at least they'll have a job. So, and then something else is traveling out of state for training classes need to stop. Zoom it. And then furniture in the schools. Decorations in office lounge look like Hobby Lobby shop. And get rid of the art classes and music classes and let the teachers do that in their classrooms rather than pulling the children out and disrupting the whole class. Thank you so much for listening to me, and that's all I have to say.
Jeff, and then our final speaker will be Alan.
Hi, my name is Jeff Chappell, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to participate in the great American tradition of protesting taxes. I only wish that we could have filled this place up with teenagers so they could learn what goes on in our country at this level, okay? Don't take any of these comments personally, because you volunteered to take these bullets when you ran for your positions and stuff. I hope this is all being recorded, because I only saw one person up there taking notes that you're going to need when you go back and get a redo, okay? You've heard a lot of specific, you asked for plans. We don't have time to do that tonight. If we had a whole year to develop a budget for you, we could come up with a fabulous option, but you've got a lot of specifics tonight. Okay, when we had to deal with retention in one of my previous lives, we found there were satisfiers and dissatisfiers. Satisfiers, things like pay and benefits and all that stuff. Dissatisfiers. You mentioned asking teachers to do a lot of other stuff. Stop asking them to do other stuff. Those are dissatisfiers. That's why people are bailing out. That's why people are homeschooling their kids, because they're tired of all that chicken manure. Okay? The public sector will never keep up with the private sector. It doesn't happen. I've worked in both, had a career in both public and private sectors. Public sector will never be able to keep up. So just take that as a fact. Let's see. Yeah, we've already heard about all the things that are that parental and family responsibilities. You've got a lot of volunteer resources available for hall monitors, part-time office workers, things like that. I retired finally about a little over a year and a half ago, and the best part about it is I can be involved in 3 fabulous organizations, volunteer organizations, And that is way better than any of the paid stuff I ever did. Let's see. So you've heard stop milking the pandemic. We're sick and tired of hearing about it. Kids are more resilient than you think they are. And I'm not going to lose my house tonight, next month, next year, anything like that over this thing. But ask me again in 10 years if this stuff keeps up at 23% every couple of years. I might be living in a box down at Pioneer Park. Thank you very much. Have a nice
We're Alan and Nancy Lord, Bluffdale. Just quickly, I'm not going to get into all the suggestions. I got here late, but just a real quick, the county assessor increased the net assessed value of our home 48% this year. And I've talked to most of my neighbors, and it's the same across the board in Bluffdale. With no increase at all in passing anything, your portion increases 16.3%. I'd love to get that increase every year in my budget. If your budget goes through, my increase is 38%, just on my home, and my neighbors are the same. So it is something that needs to be reconsidered, and I'm going to defer to my wife.
My name's Nancy Lord. I'm an auditor in a public accounting firm, and so I know a little bit about budgets. But that's not what I want to talk to you about right now. I also have experience as the leader of a city referendum and a statewide referendum. And I can tell you right now that if you pass this as it stands, we will file a referendum against this action. I know how to do it, and we will do it. And I guarantee you we'll get the signatures to put this on the ballot. Now, the only question is the legal question. And so we need to be prepared to take this to court as well, if anyone gives us trouble and tells us we can't do this. But all legislative actions under state law are supposed to be subject to referenda. That is the people having the final say if they don't like something a legislative body has done. So that is our intention, and anyone who wants to come and support that and help us, come and talk to me after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for staying. I'm going to ask for your courtesy. This board has listened, and I would like them to speak. I'd like to give each one an opportunity to speak. I would ask that you show them respect and allow them to speak. And then we will call for a vote. We do need to make a vote tonight. So I'm going to start here on my left with Mr. Young, if you don't mind beginning. Mr. Young?
Bedford, I would really like a 5-minute break to kind of just get my thoughts together with all the information that I've gathered. That's not comfortable to me to run into a statement.
All right, if you will stand and gather your thoughts, hear what's been said tonight, and be prepared to respond. I would like to call, I think the public deserves to hear from each one of us individually and what we have thought and heard, and then after each board member has spoken, we will call for a vote. So take a few minutes, stand and stretch, but let's not take a long time. Okay, we're all back. We did not take our full 5 minutes. But thank you for allowing each one of us a moment to collect our thoughts. This is a heavy decision. So much of what we do are heavy lifts. And there are always going to be those that do not like any decision we make. So I want you to hear from the people that you elected to represent you on this board. I'll let them chime in whatever order they want. I'm going to start with Mr. Young, and then the rest of you, if you just want to chime in. I've got Tracy here. When you're ready to chime in, you give me a thumbs up, Tracy, and I'll turn on the volume. Mr. Young.
Unless somebody else is interested in going first. Okay. I genuinely do appreciate everyone who has shown up tonight, and I can appreciate the deep level of passion that has been shared concerning your viewpoints on property taxes, on taxes in general, on how this district is being run. I applaud the spirit of volunteerism that has been expressed in this meeting tonight. I know there are lots and lots of opportunities to volunteer in our schools, and I hope that we can, as a community, rise up, because I agree wholeheartedly that if we are able to cultivate that spirit of volunteerism, we can save significant dollars in expenditures. I do want to clarify, there's a lot that was shared tonight, some accurate, some inaccurate. I do want to clarify the $1 billion that are available to schools. Yes, state income taxes are, as they are generated, they are set aside for public education. That is both K through 12 and higher education. In addition to that, the Constitution was amended a year or two ago to allow for social services, some social services, to be utilized from those state income tax dollars. All state income tax dollars go to the state legislature for allocation. The state legislators are the ones who have chosen, for legitimate reasons that they have, to keep in reserves that $1 billion reserve. That is your tax dollars sitting on the sideline for a rainy day. The legislature has worked very hard to increase public funding over the last number of years. I am grateful for what they have done, but it is theirs and theirs alone to allocate. It is not we have no ability to access that $1 billion. Yes, we as individuals can lobby our legislators and ask for some of that to be released. We as a district cannot hire lobbyists. That's against the law to hire lobbyists for the district. And so it is incumbent, if we as the people feel like that $1 billion is not best served sitting on the sidelines, to engage with our legislators. Again, they have their reasons for holding that aside. They are the ones who allocate state income tax dollars to the districts. And so I think that's a great discussion to have. This has been a long process, and I can appreciate that many of you have come to this process by virtue of your property tax notice. We can always do a better job of improving our communications with you, our patrons. We can review that process. We can get better at communicating. But this is not an overnight process. This is something that we have dealt with for quite some time. It is, the budgets have been set year after year, and we as a district did have significant reserves sitting on the sidelines that we realized would be better utilized getting into the pay of our teachers. And so we have been bringing those reserves down to an appropriate level. We have not spent all of our reserves. We're not out of money. We have appropriate reserves for rainy days, but we have been able to stave off past property tax increases by utilizing those funds to pay our teachers. Now is the time for us to make that an ongoing item and to invest in the future of our students. This is the time. As somebody mentioned, there is no good time for a property tax increase. And so due to what we have done, due to the long-term plans that we have in place, I am still committed to moving forward with the property tax increase as proposed in our June budget hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Anyone else? Jump in.
Jump in. Okay, give me a minute.
Mr. Robinson?
All right. Can you hear me? You want a timer or you want my comments?
Let him speak.
Okay, I'll pass on my comments for now.
I'm just going to ask that you guys remain respectful. This night has been a respectful night, and I'm just going to ask
Show
that
the
you
same
remain
courtesy.
respectful.
We're not on a timer. You're out of order.
Jen, can you pull your mic a little closer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not that I don't want to speak. I was just trying to gather my thoughts and trying to make sure that I am listening and I am doing the best of what I feel needs to be done for the patrons and the students of this school. I am a mom. I am a patron. I am a taxpayer. I'm a daughter of somebody who is living on a limited income with disabilities that I take care of, that I help her figure out her finances to make sure that this happens for her. I understand the concerns. I understand the needs. I understand that I was once a patron that had a lot of misinformation and I needed to learn, and that's exactly why I'm in the position that I'm in. I didn't have droves of people that were running against me in a position. I was a patron that felt like I could make a difference. I was a mom at my kitchen table that felt like I could make a difference, and I know that I've made a difference. But I also know that I need to continue to make the difference for the students in our schools, for the teachers in our schools. I see the struggle that they are facing. I know the struggle they are facing. I have 2 students in this school, and I'm grateful for some of the things that have been afforded to them because of previous boards and the current board for thinking about what their needs were. In order to be educated, we have to be able to be fed. We have to be able to have come into a school emotionally well in order to learn. I have not been on the legislative committee as a board member, but I do know that my fellow board members have been on a legislative committee and have spent countless hours during the session, talking to many different legislators to see what we can do for our district. I challenge you to go up there during the legislative session and meet some of your legislators. Have those conversations with your legislators and ask them if they know their Jordan School District representative, and I bet you they would say yes. There has been so much work that has been done. If you don't understand the work that has been done, please take the time to understand. Each and every one of our schools will allow volunteers to come into our schools. That's where I started. My son's first day of kindergarten, I was pulled into the office to say, will you be PTA president? And I'm like, whoa, I'm a mother of a first-time child. Let me understand the school a little bit. There's plenty of opportunities, and we welcome you to be there. I do believe that what this board is asking is appropriate. I do believe it is what this school district needs at this time, and I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Jen. Anyone else? Nikki?
Sure. As some of you may know, this is my first term serving on this school board, and like what Ms. Atwood just said, I found myself a mother, a teacher, a parent who was trying to volunteer and get involved in my school. And I saw things that I questioned, and so I decided to become more and more involved. And that's what led me here tonight. I want you to know that I'm not just a board member, I'm a taxpayer. I'm a parent of children in the district, and I'm someone who's living with the same inflation increases that you are. One of the things that is difficult about entering into a new school board is that you get to live with decisions that have been put into play before you came. And I think that Jordan School District has really tried to be transparent. As far back as 2016, when they made the decision to try to start spending down reserves in order to be able to look taxpayers in the eye and say, we're not just sitting on money, we're actually trying to make your money work for you today. And that day has come. I am also economizing personally. We're looking at ways that we're going to choose to spend our money as a family. And the place that I don't want to cut is my children's education. I can't think of any investment more valuable. And this experience tonight has been emotional for me. I want you to know that I did take notes on every single person who stood up here. I do care what you have to say, but I also want you to know that this process began long ago, that our budgets have been available to the public every step of the way, and they're still available. And it's not something that we're just throwing in. Somebody suggested, if we're voting tonight, why don't we have multiple plans? Those multiple plans have come in throughout the year, as we have had public comment at our meetings, as we have done everything in our power to be transparent, from putting our meetings on YouTube, opening up our personal information like email, cell phones, so that we can talk to constituents. And I don't know how to become more accessible than that. I do feel like the steps that we're taking at this time are appropriate, and I will be voting yes on the increase.
Thank you, Nikki. I have Tracy Miller, who's joining us electronically.
Am I on?
You are on.
Sorry for the voice, and I am so sorry I am not there in person. Truth and taxation hearings are difficult, but I'd much rather be there than sick right now. I've had concerns with this tax increase from the beginning. I advocated for a smaller increase. I voted against asking for this amount. But I do think we need some sort of increase. Education funding in Utah is the lowest in the nation. Jordan School District Property tax rates are one of the lowest in the state. We need an increase to be competitive. But this is a big ask, and I believe a big ask should be accompanied by a thorough process that looks internally also. Is there another way to get some of what we need? Maybe, and maybe the answer is no. We're operating pretty slim. But we haven't taken the time to do that dig or to present to the public what we have and are doing to save money. For this large of an increase, we owe it to the taxpayer to go slow and be thoughtful. That's my concern. But I do support where the money is going, and I'm confident it will be used to support our teachers, employees, and students. I support having counselors and psychologists in our schools. They play an important role, and counselors do save lives. Compensation and support for our educators and employees has always been a priority for me. That will continue. We have a great district and amazing teachers and support employees. They need to be treated as the professionals they are, and they need resources to do their job. So I'm not concerned about how the money is spent, but I am still concerned with the size of the increase.
Thank you, Tracy.
She doesn't have to say that.
She'll tell us when we vote. She'll tell us when she votes. We're not calling for a vote right now. No. I'm just giving the board an opportunity to speak. We'll call for a vote when everyone has had a chance to speak.
I'll speak. It's really difficult to do the right thing. And it's incredibly difficult to have people criticize you when you are doing the right thing. I understand where you're coming from. It was not too many years ago I sat in your position, and my frustration was just the same. I am so frustrated with the law that does not allow us in this meeting to pause and correct misconceptions that the public has about our schools. I have tried so hard before I was elected for many years, and during my time, to communicate with people, to let them know what's happening in our boardroom. I fought for having a video feed, a live video feed, and to have those posted so that you can go back and listen to our meetings. It's frustrating when I hear a patron say this is the first time that they've heard about this, when we've been talking about this for well over 6 years. It's difficult for me to listen to somebody who is on the board of the Utah Taxpayers Association saying that we should tap into $1.2 billion excess when we don't have the ability to do that, and he should know it. It's frustrating to me to realize that we have followed the counsel of the Utah Taxpayers Association. We don't raise our taxes often. They recommend 5 to 8 years. We've raised our taxes on this tax line twice since we split the district 14 years ago, and once in the last decade. Now you could argue we should raise our taxes more frequently, and we should make them shorter. Alpine District is very much like the Jordan School District. In the last decade, they've had 5 tax increases. They've been a little bit smaller. That's a discussion I think the board needs to have for future increases. It's frustrating for me to know that people don't understand the tax law. They don't understand that we get no inflationary increase. So $1 in 2009 is 75 cents today. And I can't run a school district off 75 cents. The law was written that boards would raise the rate as the inflation goes up. Now, did we do it right? I don't know. It's certainly a hard year to do this. We've been planning for a long, long time. We used our reserves to push up teacher salaries. When I joined the board, it was $34,000 a year to educate a child as a base starting pay. That, to me, was ridiculous. So as a board, we consciously spent our money on our teachers, raising that base pay by $20,000 in 6 years. We increased benefits, including maternity and paternity. We really care about our educators. I'd like to do more for our support professionals. We need so much to help them. Our administrators are underpaid. Please hear me out, because I used to think that.
Give him a chance.
I used to think that. I used to think, and you can go back and see my history, I used to tout that we are top-heavy with our administrators. The truth of the matter is we aren't. We are low in administrator, not only in they're thin in their responsibilities, they have more responsibilities, they're also, to their peers in other districts, making significantly less. So some of our top administrators are taking positions at other districts. We have to stay competitive, please. We have to stay competitive with them. Truth. The Jordan School District is one of the lowest spenders per pupil than any other district. You live in a state that is the lowest funded for education. And I've heard the stories, oh, that's because we have big families, but go look at the statistics of our families. We're not even the highest. California and Hawaii are larger than we are per family, and the difference nationally is one child. The fact of the matter is, we are not funding education at the level it should be. You live in the district with the lowest, one of the lowest funded tax rates. That is because we've already tightened our belt. Should we tighten it more? As an economic major, I know that there's a law of diminishing returns. And there's a point that you tighten the belt so much, you start losing quality of education. What we need to do is hit the bright spot. We need to hit where saving as much money as we possibly can before we lose the quality of a great district. And this is a great district. I appreciate every single teacher and support specialist. I volunteer in the schools. I gave a day off every week last year. I took a day so I could work with their teachers and work with our custodial staff. I love that recommendation. A recommendation was we need people to look at our budget. We have a budget hearing, and guess who comes? No one. You need to get involved in this a little bit sooner. Somebody once said that decisions are made before a meeting. I don't know if that's true or not, but I can tell you this. I rented a booth at Harriman Days and Riverton Days so I could talk to patrons about this issue and the other critical issues that are facing our schools. I took a brave move last night and went to Harriman Farmers Market to talk to patrons about this issue. And only one person came up to me angry. It was my wife, and I told her to calm down. But most of the people that came and talked to me in those events were so happy about their schools. They were so happy and excited about their teachers, and we're not perfect, but we're doing our best we can. I did not come into this meeting prepared to make a decision. I do know we need an increase. I don't know that we can be financially solvent without it. You can blame us. but it's the laws that we have. I ask you to join with us in changing some of those laws. I don't look at this as a tax increase. We're rebalancing the budget, the assessment level of what's accounted. I wish that we had an automatic inflation increase because we wouldn't be here. All we're asking to have back is what we had 4 or 5 years ago. Thank you.
Darryl? Marilyn?
My comments will be really brief. More than anything, I do want you to know that I listened. I did listen, and I heard you. I've been a career educator. My entire career has been spent as an educator in the Jordan School District, as a teacher and an administrator, and at the district office level. I've seen the workings of this district. I have served on the board now for 6 years, nearly 6 years. And in that time, I have been educated and mentored in the financial process by some really good people. And I've learned a lot, and I know the workings of the district and what is necessary for us to have a quality educational program. I want you to know that I was a little bit disheartened tonight about all of the misinformation that I heard. I was kind of perplexed, actually. The fact that you're quoting 24%, and that's what it states on your tax form, when in reality, the district does not get that full 24%. Students have always been my priority in every position I have held or have been a part of. And my only requirement in my priority, let's just put it that way, is that our students are happy, healthy in every way, safe, and that they receive a quality education. And to that end, I know that this is a necessary ask, so I will be voting yes.
My name is Bryce Dunford. I have 10 children. I have a mother on a very fixed income. 6 of my children have graduated from Jordan School District schools. I ran for the board at a very inconvenient time in my life. I did not have time, but I wanted to volunteer. I wanted to make a difference. And I vowed a vow when I was elected that I would not make decisions based on the loudest group. That was really hard during the pandemic. People were very loud. A select group was very loud and threw some very painful darts. I vowed I would research every issue thoroughly, not because someone was loud, but because I wanted to find the right thing to do. I have not come to a decision, but I have come to this meeting having gathered a great deal of information, having spoken to a lot of people, having listened to teachers, administrators, neighbors, friends, as many people as I could gather. And I appreciate the comment tonight that the power to tax is the power to crush. And I recognize the weight of the responsibility. Every time we make a decision, someone gets hurt. Someone is blessed and someone is hurt. That's a very unfortunate position to put a man in. To say, make a decision where someone's going to be hurt and someone's going to be blessed, and you have to decide who. I never take those responsibilities lightly. I have come to this meeting having put countless hours into this decision. and trying to say, I know what I heard from this group, I know what I heard from this group, I know what I heard from this group. I know the practicality of that suggestion. I believe I know the practicality of that suggestion. I came to this meeting already weighing a lot of those suggestions. They were not the first time I'd heard them. I do listen, and I do care. And I recognize that no matter what I decide, someone's going to be blessed and someone's going to be hurt. And I wish that weren't the case. But I, after all of the questions I've asked, after all the time I've spent, what is best for not just the people here, but for the 10,000 people I represent? What is right for them? I can't do something that is right for everyone. And in this position, on this decision, after all my weighing in, I have come to the decision that, as painful as it is for all of us, this tax increase is the best thing for our children. And I will be voting yes. Therefore, let's make it official. I need a motion.
Mr. Dunford, I move to approve the tax rate increases indicated on property tax notices and set the total tax rate at .005968, which is an increase of .000787 or $30 million, and direct staff to reflect this in the 2022-2023 budget.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Young. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Richards. Since we've already spoken, we've heard from public comment, I will now call for a roll call vote. When I call your name, please say yes to the motion or no to the motion. Mr. Matt Young.
Yes.
Mr. Darrell Robinson.
Yes.
Miss Nikki George.
Yes.
Miss Jen Atwood.
Yes.
Miss Marilyn Richards.
Yes.
Miss Tracy Miller.
No.
And Bryce Dunford is a yes. Therefore, at a vote of 6-1, the motion passes. Thank you for coming.
Do we need a motion to adjourn?
We plead with you to stay involved, to not just come to tax hearing, but to come to budget meetings, to volunteer in your school, to drive buses, to volunteer as much as you can. That being said, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Mr. Young. I have a second by Mr. Robinson. Those in favor of adjournment, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, if any, say no. We stand adjourned.